Welcome back, everyone, to Let's Get On With It Live. My name is Grimith, and this is Session 2 of Divinity Dragon Commander. I put this up to a Discord viewer poll on my server, discord.gg/Grimith. I have a vanity link. I used to be a Discord partner. And Divinity Dragon Commander looked initially to lose to Heroes 2, continuing that expansion campaign of the Descendants, and then it started pulling away, and then it pulled away more. And it's ahead by 8 votes here at the end. Got a full total, over a quarter of all ballot submissions. So, back to this genre-defying video game, this 2013 creation of Larian Studios. You've probably heard of them. They've recently released the final patch, the final major patch they're going to do for Baldur's Gate 3. And Larian is going to bundle up in their secret labs and get to work on their next big thing. We're talking about this video game here. This game is a fusion of political simulator, board, war game, real-time strategy and battles, and turning into a fucking dragon. Larian was in debt during development of DDC, and cut money from this game in order to fund Original Sin. Original Sin also got partially, kickstarted, too. That's how bad Larian, that's the kind of financial trouble Larian was in. Original Sin, incredibly popular and influential game, highly acclaimed. They probably made the right decision there. DDC definitely did suffer from financial constraints. As for the final product, folks got a taste of that in the last broadcast, and this game definitely has a lot to offer. There's a number of folks I've had filter in before, during, and after the fact. I'd never heard of this game before in my life. What the hell is this? This looks rad as hell. And we're going to see if that attitude holds. Now, at the end of last broadcast, there was a flaw I discovered, which prompted some queries from me and some initial research there at session end. But I wanted to do more conclusive things. So, before we get into any gameplay, we're going to go into research reveal mode and then play out the incentivization structure. That doesn't have to be the case, Unstable Deus. It's just a matter of how it is you choose to play the game. You may recall the one of the missions I had. I did not even turn into a dragon at all. I had so many units at my disposal compared to the opponent that I just walked right in and crushed them. And you're put on a timer before you can even turn into a dragon, so you can't just flip to it immediately. You need to have something going for you. Alright, so I want to remark as a minor annoyance that I can't sort the save files. They're not logically sorted by oldest save file to newest save file. They're also not sorted alphabetically. So I am uncertain what logic the system uses, but I do find it annoying. Yeah. We ended at this save, the last broadcast, Chapter 2. It was before Capital claimed we cleared the first chapter and the world has opened up for us. But there were issues. There were concerns. Let's load into Capital Claimed. Because this might be the first time you folks are catching this. I want to talk a bit about the flaw and incentivization for the player when the game loads up for us. Assuming it does. It just never loads. No, I don't want you to talk about the flaw. I'm not going to go too in-depth into it. I think it's reasonable for me to assume that you know what the fuck you're looking at. And if you don't, but you voted for this anyway in the Discord viewer poll, that's on you. So, Chapter 1, a little a little island mass with some smaller islands around it. We started here and consumed elven territory full of gold income and research point income a turn, and we had conquered the capital here on this island of our rival, who's not actually stationed here on this island, so we haven't actually eliminated him from the world, from the game board. We just took control of this island entirely. And you can see we've got like a pretty strong gold income, pretty strong research income, and there's more that we could get here in this. Each province has gold income and research income per turn. We also have a bunch of units that we can buy and place around on the board, like that. And we use this gold to buy more units here on this game mode before we shift to like the real-time strategy stuff. And we use the research to unlock new units, to improve our units, and to improve our dragon. Because as a reminder, we're a dragon knight. We're half dragon. In battle situations, we can physically manifest in the real-time strategy mode as a fucking dragon. And we can kill hundreds and hundreds of enemies by being a fucking dragon. Right? And as a sort of display of what kinds of things we can unlock, dragon-wise, this stuff doesn't open until after the first chapter. But we can unlock all kinds of new abilities to take with us into combat. Buff stuff. Healing stuff. Those are different. We already have passive things to heal us and make us go faster, and life leech. And we started with an acid blaze ability to change our fire breath into acid breath instead. And we can unlock wilder shit after this first chapter. Technology-wise, there's plenty of things to unlock, different unit types that do different types of things, and different researches that change how these units operate. We have hunters that have chain guns. They shred lightly armored foes. They're very fast, so they're excellent scouts. We have troopers that we've upgraded to go really, really fast and be able to capture buildings, like a command and conquer type of thing, like command and conquer generals. We have, scrolling down here, like some like polymorph ability that we have on our warlock units. So on and so forth, right? And we could unlock all basic and advanced researches in this first chapter. But these in Expert and Master don't open up until Chapter 2. So, you can see there are gold income, research income, gold, and research. Let's crack open to where we actually ended the stream. Again, at Chapter 2. It does take place in the Divinity universe, Sheep, but this is set several thousand years before. This game came out several months before Original Sin 1 did. They were developing Dragon Commander and Original Sin 1 at the same time. The game's cutscenes present this as having happened in the distant past. This is all within Divinity, just in the pre-times. So, in our Chapter 2 map, we zoom out from those islands. We've taken control of the entire chain, right? The units that we had on the board do not represent what we have here. And again, and we try that again. And, like, this is just, like, our default units for Chapter 2. Nothing that we build there in Chapter 1 would impact what we would have available here in Chapter 2. We have 5 units of armor, 5 units of troopers, 1 transport. I did some testing on this. And we have 2 other transports floating around here. And then our game state here and our zoomed out state from this to this. We have our foe here with various units. We have this broader world now that we've conquered this. Notably, however, our gold income and our research income has changed. Now, if from like a zooming out perspective, you might think like, well, we're buying bigger units now instead of smaller units. So, you know, it makes sense for like gold to be different. But the prices of these units haven't changed. It's like how much money we make a turn Yes, the prices of the units have not changed at all. They're the exact same. And our research income is massively plummeted because we're getting 2 beakers here instead of what we would have had from controlling the entire board. But our research prices are exactly the same. And our cards carry over as well. It says we have 3 up there in the top left corner for whatever reason, but we carried over our cards. Fine, just fine. So, that prompted me to do some research, because it seemed to me like stalling out in Chapter 1 is incentivized to do. Because now we're in a situation where we're getting less income, research-wise, and there are researches I have incomplete that I could have completed had I just stalled out in Chapter 1 before getting to this harder situation, seemingly harder situation, which ended last broadcast and prompted the research, which we are now going to pour through. As I warned in the boop for this on Discord, it's going to be a little bit before I get to gameplay, as I'm going to talk about research. This overall took me 40 minutes to go through, and do my research on my own time. So, research path 1. I wanted to see... Why are those values different? Mysterious. I wanted to see what happened if I just clicked in turn here in Chapter 1. If I didn't make any decisions, if all I did was hold my territory and just stalled out, could I keep accruing gold? Could I keep accruing research? Could I have limitless amounts of wealth and limitless amounts of beakers? The answer to that is no. And I stopped because, okay, that's the end of research. I capped out at 50 gold, saved up, and I capped out at 30 beakers saved up. And basically there is a mechanic in place where your treasury and your laboratories just keep getting stolen from. And that's it. You can't save up more. You can't take hundreds of gold with you into the next chapter. You can't take hundreds of beakers with you into the next chapter. So this would be a design decision either implemented over the course of actual development before the game's release, where they were like, hey man, what if you just stalled out here in this Chapter 1 that we designed? It didn't do anything for a long time, and then carried over so much stuff into Chapter 2, where you could just buy so many units and then do researches that you didn't have access to in Chapter 1. Or this was a patch, after game release, where Larian was like, hey, fuck, we gotta fix this. Intentional design choice, fixing over of, their previous design decisions, something they had to lob in to, overcorrect. I don't know. I can't read minds from 12 years back, right? Point being, though, that you can't just stall here limitlessly to carry oodles of wealth with you. So I was like, okay, fine. The next thing I want to look at is... See, I loaded into research 1. That might have been a research save. That might have been why my game state was weird. Yes, I accidentally loaded the research save instead of into research. I was like, that turn was weird too. Again, saves are not organized the way I would like. So yeah, that's research 1. I'm at 50 gold, 30 beakers. Cannot go over this line. But I didn't try to research anything. I only built a few units just to deter Blue from taking anything other than the capital, because they have to hold their capital, otherwise Chapter 1 ends. Right. Yes, Sheep, I went into that quite a bit at the end of the last broadcast, as Divinity Dragon Commander presented that possibility to me. It is something I find deeply frustrating due to the incentive structure it creates for the player. Where to not do this is to be something that could just needle at the player in this suboptimal way. You've created incentive structure for me to potentially be bored. What the fuck? But being bored potentially is so obviously the correct move for how to play the game. What the hell? This is bad design. Which goes to my feeling of flaw there in how the game is designed. So, Research 1, clicked intern a bunch of times, couldn't save up resources limitlessly. Let's go to the end of Research 2. So, Research 2, I was at turn 16, whereas the end of Research 1 was turn 17. The game state, of the board is, I have everything except for, this one region. I'm letting my adversary here hold the capital, but I'm not at max gold and I'm not at max research. I'm not at max gold because I've been buying units to capture and protect things, and I'm not at max research because I've researched everything I can, legally. And it didn't take that many more turns. I, doubled my turn counter, roughly? Just clicking intern a whole bunch. There were events that went through. I skipped them. I did not read them, and the game just auto-picked, counselor choices and whatever, and, popped up newspaper things, and I tried not to read them and kept it moving. So, yeah. Several turns of me basically clicking intern and recruiting units to keep my stuff and shuffling shit around, and I got all the researches done that I could in Chapter 1. Didn't get all the dragon researches done as of this time at the end of Research 2. I wanted to test to see whether there would be a continued, increase of cost as I delayed finishing Chapter 1. Whether, I would lose more treasury, whether I would lose more research, whether, the board game Dragon Strike, for example, with its glorious VHS tape, something that it has as a timer mechanic operating in the background, which can also be triggered in other ways, is the dragon fucking showing up. Plenty of not just video games, but board games as well have a timer mechanic for you to get off of your ass. You cannot stall this out limitlessly. And I wanted to test to see whether Chapter 1 had that style of mechanic. Whether the game state could read, okay, you're not doing shit here. Let's prod you along. Even action-style video games like Left 4 Dead and Left 4 Dead 2, just, 2 examples of that, but plenty more, have that prodding mechanic as well of, hey, you're stalling. What the fuck? Keep it moving. Divinity Dragon Commander has no such mechanic that I perceived here in Chapter 1. You can continue to build up cards. And I was like, okay, well, maybe I can... Well, let's see. Let's continue to see with our research here. So let's go to the end of Research 3 that I collected. So, we're turn 19 now. I have gotten all the researches done that I could. In Dragon Research, that's just basic stuff. The rest of the tabs open up in Chapter 2. And for the Engineering Bay, that's beginning and advanced. Basic and advanced, to the extent that I can. And the game board is just me having everything here but the capital. Note how much extra gold and how much extra research I get per turn by holding everything on this sea that we take with us to Chapter 2, except for the enemy capital, because they need to hold that. Our board game here operates under risk rules, roughly. We take the capital, we hold it for a turn, that's it, if that's their last one. Yeah, I have shamans, I have hunters, I have warlocks, zeppelins, grenadiers, all kinds of armor, and they have all sorts of beautiful abilities that they did not have at the end of last stream. And I was like, okay, well, I have 50 banked up, and I have 30 banked up, and I got everything done. Let's have a look at Research 4. Because one other thing I wanted to check is there a punishment mechanic in Chapter 2 for having taken too long in Chapter 1? Is the game board different in Chapter 2 based on how many turns you take? Are your half-siblings, the other people vying for the Emperor's ship, since your father is fucking done and dusted? Like, do they have more units? Do they appear to have more researches? Are they in different positions? Does my unit count change? Is there a pressure in any form or situation? So this is now turn 20. I have 45 income, 45 like total gold reserves. I have 32 total research. You can see my values are lower here for how much I'm getting now in Chapter 2. Because zooming out from Chapter 1 to Chapter 2 makes so much of your beaker income and even gold income evaporate. Now we can talk about like game balance and game design situations for, you know, like motivations behind changing that stuff as you zoom out. If you want to get to a greater like breakdown of like game philosophy and ethos and how you create these things and how you balance them out, what I'm focusing on is just the current situation and incentive structure for the player as Divinity Dragon Commander exists now. And we're at turn 20 as opposed to turn 9 at the end of the stream save, and every unit and every province control is exactly the same. Blue, a Carthan, who was opposing us here in this little island chain, still has these 3 provinces, these 3 regions. They still have all of these units on Frostburg. These hunters, these grenadiers, these devastators, armors, and troopers. They still have ironclads out here in the water. They still have juggernauts out here in the water. You know, we have Sybil over here, still in the same situation. We still have neutral units positioned as they are. Same situation. To my knowledge, this is an identical game state. And I have no way to know currently, with the information available to me in-game, and I did not bother to look this up, nor am I interested in looking this up, and I wouldn't want anyone to look it up for me, whether there is a turn punishment, or whether that's just, like, you know, a fun thing to keep track of. How long did it take you to clear the game? And cards? Yes. I do not know why that 3 is labeled up there. You would have think that would keep track of your number of cards, but I'm here to tell you that the number of cards I have in my collection is yes. You want cards? We got cards. From how long I took there. You want to play more cards? We got more cards. We got cards, baby. Rock and roll, let's go. Battles, we got cards. Overview, we got cards. We have cards. Just by taking as many turns as I did and holding the buildings that I did on that Chapter 1 map. There is every incentive, as the game is currently designed, for you to just fucking sit there in Chapter 1. And hold every region but the opposing capital and wait. Like, I don't know if there's a card cap. I don't know how far this goes. I'm only on turn 20. I don't know how many cards you can have. Great value to just clicking in turn. And I'm going to throw in the fact as well that you do have events that cycle through still in Chapter 1. I ignored them, and so like decisions were auto-picked for me. But if we look here at the Empire overview, my popularity with these folks is much different. And the decisions over there, just scroll past, there were more decisions. I don't know what all they entailed. I didn't even look at them when I scrolled over there. Stuff happened. Yeah. And you could just sit there until Chapter 1 and play all of that out. Now, some of them appear to be able to influence your income. For example, we instituted government health care, and that means we're getting less money here. And that's a harder oof since our income was cut down in Chapter 2. Anyway, there you go. That's the research. Wasn't just presenting the research, though. We also explained things and set the table for folks just coming into this experience. Now, with every incentive structure available to you, the player, I cannot fathom just letting that go. From our stream save, we are in a weaker position just by me having one faster. There is no prize for doing as well as I did on the battle map situation. The prize is a harder Chapter 2. Good job. You took their capital and didn't take all their other stuff. You cleaned their clocks. Bad news. Now you're in a shittier spot. What? Well then, fuck you. I ain't doing shit. So, with that incentive structure in place, we're gonna come back here to Chapter 1. And we're gonna hold the line until I get all these researches done, which I know how long that's gonna take. At least when I'm not fucking talking to stream. But along the way, we're also gonna take the time to read the decisions, which I didn't read. Yeah, it is. Like, that's why I ended up referring to it in proper noun as the flaw. Like, this is. Like, it's such. I wouldn't call this devastating so much as, like. This is a problem from a game design. How do you address this? How do you fix this? How do you make sure this doesn't happen to begin with? We see the stopgap that Larian put in so that you can't carry as much gold and as much research with you. But from this situation, you can see all of these researches I have yet to do in basic, and all these researches I have yet to do in advanced. And from the end of the stream save, all this stuff would still be undone. That I would have to, have to go through if I wanted them. So, King of Worms, I suspect that some policies are not unlocked until Chapter 2. But some policies are available for us at the start. We just have to have enough turns for them to proc. Alright, now with that research presented and how Divinity Dragon Commander operates there, I think that's a pretty big fucking deal. This is a pretty rough incentive structure for the player. It's just kind of dull and unfun. But we're going to play it out because to not do otherwise genuinely creates a harder situation for you to play. Let's go do some researches. We'll just scoop up things. This shaman thing, we can research those. And they zip about. Light amphibious support units. They can heal and repair friendly units. Yes, this game does have jetpack dragons. So let's go ahead and get these shamans researched. Shamans. While we're at it, let's get the ability to make ironclads researched. They can take down other vessels using torpedoes and have powerful rockets to combat airborne enemies. That sounds cool. These armor units for my war factories, a powerful cannon that's capable of greatly damaging slower enemies and enemy buildings. That sounds sweet. Let's bring that along too. Fuck yeah. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Now, we gotta make sure that Blue takes their capital back, which they will be able to do. Wouldn't it be funny if now, like, even though I did this research fine, just fine, and they took the capital back fine, just fine, they stopped doing that? That would be great. So, let's take some armor with us, and take Coultry over here. We'll say about yay many. We're going to take the rest of these pawns, and we're going to move them out of the capital region. so that they can take this back without a fight. But we're going to hold this with a cool Parliament building. These will generate cards for us every 3 turns. Parliament for strategy cards and Tavern for mercenary cards. We're going to want to load some units up. You are going to head here, eventually to come here, to pick up units to take them to this island. You are going to take 2 hunters and a grenadier, and we're going to head towards that island. Yep, beautiful placement, no problems, boss. We're going to go to this war factory, and we're going to just recruit some units. Stand there and look pretty. Again, we can only carry so much money with us, so let's use our money on hand to ensure that Blue eventually cannot retake everything. We'll click an autosave, and that's it. That's our turn. And our goal is to take everything and leave them with the capital. Let's see it play out. We're not going to see our cool real-time strategy battle for a little bit. We're not going to have any fun dragons. I didn't expect it to have the transport there. Funny. That's not how it played out when I did this before. Just retreat. I lost the transport? So much for retreat, huh? Retreat! Transport's like, well, I just gotta get blown up now. Men and women have equal wages. Hope they get a concussion slamming through glass ceiling, shouts Sir Silvervein. Emperor finds one battle does not make a war. Linguists enraged. Imp countries acknowledge standard of living decreases as our war fleet is expanded with ironclad ships. We got a card, Trooper Mercenaries. And this vote that was narrowly won in the last stream. We got equal pay for our generals of all flavors. And Catherine and Scarlet have leveled up as a result. If we make use of them, which results in auto-resolve battles. Let's go look at the throne room. As we have a decision to reflect upon after I grab a research. These Zeppelins allows the construction of Zeppelins in your aero factories. These eyes in the sky greatly increase the firing range of nearby friendly units. That sounds great. Let's do that.
Commander, the war is displacing a great many people, and thus the influx of...
Okay, we're not going to sit through that, because we already made a decision on this one. We saw this one before the end of stream. Are we going to deport foreign criminals? We have 5 counselors, each representing a race within our empire that we're forming. And ultimately the answer, after we talk to everyone, is go fuck yourself, depending upon the situation. Shut up. And it's going to reflect in consequences next turn. It's going to change our popularity of the various races and also institute other effects. All right, so I lost that transport. I didn't expect them to... Thought they were going to end up there in that body of water as they had before in my other gameplay. But sure, why not complicate things? Why not give the streamer... Why not throw the streamer a curveball? Fuck it. We'll just get 2 transports here, and I'll haul units over to there, to Grimland, home of the Grim. So, they took their capital back, so they're not at risk of losing Chapter 1. They've got a transport and a trooper, and they will slowly be able to accrue resources and power. And we'll just take those 2 things with us. Yeah, we have a political simulator combined with our turn-based war game, like our board game over here, and then real-time strategy battles, which we're not going to have until Chapter 2. Well, maybe we'll zoom in on this one for fun instead of auto-resolving it. Because they will build some units here when I go land, and just in my research, I just auto-resolved it. But maybe as a treat, as a fun treat, if you're good. Station a unit there. And we'll buy a couple more units here. Literally a couple. Alright. New units are positioned here. We got folks here. Let's see what happens. Yeah, nothing else for me to do. Losing the transport did slow me down. Maybe we'll get delayed through everything I wanted to do here by a couple turns. I'll get over it somehow. Emperor refuses tough stance on crime. Citizens victim of lackluster politics. No rest of their wicked. Emperor disagrees. Free naked dragon poster inside. We got new cards. All naval units can be produced at a 50% discount. Your hunters will fire 50% faster. And, attitude with the dwarves and undead is rough, but elves, imps, and lizards are good. Alright. We have an event here at the bar. Let's go take a look at that. And no free naked dragon poster. Yorick?
Seven wither Oberon's tongue for uttering such perversions. He and his depraved ilk would allow men and women to fornicate with others of their own gender. How base, how vile can one become? God save us from this debauchery.
Oberon is the elven emissary. Yorick here is the undead emissary.
Commander, could you spare me a moment? Now, I know I'm a general and politics isn't my field of expertise, but I was hoping you'd support Oberon in his attempts to allow marriage for people of the same sex. It's a pet peeve of mine, you see. Live and let live, I say. Why do others get to decide who someone may or may not love? None of their bloody beeswax. So much hypocrisy would be exposed for what it is, you know? Think of the famed lizard artist Della Gecko, for instance. Everybody knows he's gay, but he was forced to marry a duke's daughter. 2 lives made miserable because of senseless so-called moral objections. The whole business is unconscionable if you stop and think about it.
Listen, I have other people to talk to before I give you a reaction. Hold that thought.
Yes, Commander.
All right. Anyone else have a reaction to this news?
Commander?
I guess not. Oh, by the way, if you haven't noticed,
Commander?
our undead barmaid back there is packing. Now, what the barmaid is packing may not be what you're into, but damn it, they're there.
Commander, so much hypocrisy would be exposed for what it is, you
All
know?
right, I suppose it is. All right, you've convinced me I'll side with Oberon, or marriage is a bond between a male and a female, the union from which children spring. Same-sex marriages would be barren bonds, the very opposite of what our kingdom needs.
The whole biz... Thanks, Commander. You're a doll. I'd give you a kiss that'd blow your jetpack off if you weren't off limits.
Apparently we're off limits. I guess Maxos, our fucking mage, said we're off limits, because as we learn at the start of Chapter 2, we're gonna have to get married. Princesses are gonna be vying for our hand in marriage, and we're just gonna have to get involved in it. But we don't get to have our jetpack blown off right now. Here's Maxos, by the way. Our mage. So the plan here is that we're gonna kill all of our half-siblings. We're gonna rebuild our father's empire, and then we're gonna destroy all of this technology. Every piece of technology across the world. Technology is what Maxos and our father used to build his empire in the first place, because no empire existed before my father's empire. But apparently it's too dangerous, and now it all has to go. After we win this war. Maxos may not be on the up and up. All signs point to We'll talk to him later. Let's pick up this mortar turret that bombards enemy units over a great distance. That sounds neat. Why don't we have that? All right. Let's get these loaded up some more. They still haven't built anything yet over there. Understandable. They have very little. They have very little. Let's load you up there. Let's load you up there. No, you're already full. How about that? Now, in theory, we should sail out this way And we'll land on that island next turn. Hooray. You. Send a unit there. We're spreading out. We got to make sure someone's stationed in every province. I'm not going to bother sending anyone to these islands. Because if we don't have any unit there at all, then we just lose. Like that province. They do have a transport, you know? So we'll buy a pair of armors here. And why don't we buy another grenadier? There we go. And you... Naval units and aerial units can only engage enemy units on the map. They cannot capture countries. Let's unload. They got nothing here. We can go take this tavern. They're researching grenadier enhanced explosives. General tries to influence policy. We're headed for a military dictatorship if this continues, says angry Sir Silvervein. Emperors collect them at it, all attitude condemned. War is not childish competition, philosopher says. You deserve to be lied to, says Emperor. So, the newspaper does offer some scoldings of you if you drag your ass? That's the extent of your punishment for stalling on a scenario. Your incentive structure is not having yellow journalism directed your way. Whatever. Rumor has it rogue imps are coveting your surplus research, Commander. That's basically just a warning. That's okay, though. We're staying behind that. Ah. We'll grab enhanced explosives for our grenadiers. They get to have more powerful rockets passively. That sounds great. That just damages enemies. Sign me up. And we'll grab imp binocs for grenadiers so they have extra attack range. That sounds fun too. Fuck yeah. How could we transition to the next chapter without having that, you know? Welcome in, welcome in. Let's go to the bar. Yorick?
7 save us from the dragon, for where he goes, vice sprouts like infectious corruption, disseminates like a poisonous contagion. Ghouls coveting not women as they should, hags longing for anything but the male touch. Abhorrent is the hell you stage.
Yorick is very frustrated at me. Representing the undead contingent.
Bloody good show, Commander.
Thank you.
You fight with...
Thanks again for passing that new marriage law, Commander. There are these 2 lizard girls I know, and they tied the knot the moment the news broke. What a feast we had! I don't remember any of it.
we had such a great time, and I know it was an amazing time because I can't remember a single fucking bit of how awesome it was. That's how you know times were good, my friends. That's how you know the times were good.
Commander, every citizen in the realm pays taxes. Every industry does the same. But which is the one institution that escapes the taxman? Why, the church, of course. Hardly fair, is it? So why not introduce a temple tax? Let every temple, church and cathedral pay, say, a monthly fee as a token of goodwill toward the Empire. After all, does not the church benefit too from a strong and wealthy state?
This is our dwarven counselor, Sir Silvervein. He is the one who hopes that women fucking concuss themselves as they shatter the glass ceiling above them. He very much represents the capitalism of dwarves. Sheep, he very much adheres to Rahal's dreams of dwarves, and Manakai's too, of fucking industry and commerce and having the trains run on time. Wait, what? And just pure profit. You can see that gold shine there too from like the bloom/god rays. It's right there. And the dwarven counselor's feelings have been firmly conveyed thus far. Here's our flavors of counselors. Yorick Sped here. let's go through the list from left to right. Yorick, make sure you pay attention to his facial animations. You say, facial animations of the skull? And my answer to you is yes.
When will that filthy dwarf finally pass a single day without resorting to sacrilege, base and vile? The Church of the Seven is holy, above such secular concerns as taxes. If you want yet more gold for the royal coffers, you had better look elsewhere, Commander.
Yeah, okay. So Yorick's like, bro, don't tax the church. You've played many a strategy game. You know what happens when you tax the church. Oberon?
Introduce this new tax, Commander, and the church will just demand more of the public in donations. So in the end, who will really pay? The man in the street. And they give more than their share already.
Oberon says no, because Oberon believes that the church will just take it out on people. Don't tax the church. The undead will find their way around it anyway.
The Church of the Seven is one of the wealthiest organizations in Rivlon, Commander, and it's true they don't impart as much as tuppence to the treasury. So Falstaff is right, hardly fair.
No, you say tuppence as well. It's not just Edmund, damn it. The lizards are like, hey, fair is fair. If there's war and all sorts of conflicts, everyone else should have to pay too, and that includes the church. Imps, how do you feel?
Temple tax. What a marvelous idea. Take from the Seven and give it to science. Falstaff's got it.
So, this is something I do know a bit about, as a courtesy of my research, even while clicking through things as quickly as I did without reading or knowing any of these choices. It's because the consequences of it popped up during my research. Taxing the church was something that was defaulted to by the auto decision maker, and in my research it always was. I believe it's because it's the side of the majority. I think I read that in the manual, that the majority side is the one that gets picked. Our gold does go up by doing it, but our luck goes down by doing it. Turns out that the gods are real, and they're kind of cross about it. Now, your luck influences all of your auto-resolve chances. So, I don't remember how many percentage points it goes down, but that would weigh into any time you take a battle that you're not available directly to take. And you can only be present at one battle a turn. So in Chapter 2, if we have 3 or 4 battles, we can only be there at one of them, and all of the other battles have to be auto-resolved by the generals in our employ, or if we're out of generals, just the militia. And every point of luck we have, or every point of luck we're missing, adds an extra or subtracts an extra percentage chance of winning or losing the battle. That's how powerful the gods are. They directly influence your auto-resolves. So,
when will that filthy dwarf finally...
I think we're gonna let the gods keep their fucking money. It might hurt going into the next chapter.
Temple tax. What a marvelous idea. Take from the Seven and give it to science. Falstaff's got it.
Falstaff's got it. Yeah. No, we're gonna let them keep the gold. I will not impose taxes.
You haven't a mercantile mind, Commander. I was dangling millions in front of you, and all you had to do was extend your hand. Bloody priests would have gotten nothing but their just desserts.
My thanks, Commander. After all, the Church can but rely on the pittance of the pious for her income. I shudder to think how she might have suffered should the taxman have come a-knocking.
Good. Besides, temples provide a public service, don't they? And one can hardly tax the need for spirituality.
Commander, you could have asked but a single % of the church's income and still have walked away with the means to raise 5 new armies. Or do you really think they spend so much on incense, not personal luxuries?
Come on, Commander. Those cathedrals could stand to do with a few less statues of silver and chalices beset with diamonds. Aren't those gods fellows supposed to be all humble and pious? Because they're bloody not at all.
These counselors are all such fucking caricatures. Frankly, the generals are all such fucking caricatures. It is entirely possible that we meet the princesses, the babes, as Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure will refer to them as. They might also all be caricatures. Which would be, you know, not novel. Possibly unfortunate. Anyway, no taxes on the church. I have spoken. Yeah, I do like the look of Divinity's lizards as well. There is the lizard counselor that we have, and we also have this fucking douche nozzle Edmund over here.
Cunning, Commander, and you lead by example. Your example, of course, was I.
With his monocle, he has said many choice negative words about us already. That we're a twice bastard, bastard born, bastard bred. As I do not like him in a house. I do not like him with a mouse. Howdy. This is more troops than I definitely sent in my research. But we ended up having 2 transports. I think we'll probably have that one. Probably. Alright, anyway. 2 armor. Grenadier. By the way, we have discounts due to conscription being a thing that we passed. And it does carry over into Chapter 2. So there are definitely perks that we can have that get in Chapter 1 that continue through the rest of the game. Drawbacks as well. And this math works exactly the way you want it to, with rounding up and rounding down. If I had the sufficient money, I could get 2 of these hunters for cheaper. But, you know, like a 4.8 is a 5. But you can just order, like, you know, stuff, and then finish ordering it, and then come back and order new stuff at the same turn, and save yourself money that way. It's great. Great stuff. Big fan. Highly recommend. Yeah. All right. Let's keep it moving. Hello. I said we could do a battle as a treat. If you were good. And this is one that we could probably not play out, you know? We could probably not play this one out. We could send Edmund here to auto-resolve this. We have a 90% chance to win, but it's reduced by 3 due to a popularity penalty here, because the undead are here and they don't like me. Or we can just go do it as a treat to break up, you know, the politics we're gonna see. And we probably wouldn't need all these units. But let's go zoom in on the battlefield. We probably won't even have the time to summon a dragon, but we'll go do it as a treat. Because you've been good, chat room. Let's go lead. Besides, it would cost me money to send someone out here. Now, I notice you can go into debt. I did some research on that as well. I don't know its full effects. I quickly got out of debt. What's our map look like? Yes. It's a very small map. What abilities would I like to take in my dragon skills loadout? I can only have so many, passive and active. That'll be fun. You can see the real-time strategy here. We could adjust the game speed. I don't think it's necessary for this one.
Troopers awaiting your decision, sire. Nothing a good glass of brandy won't fix. It'll be built in a jiffy.
Oh shit, here's my Zep. My bomber balloon's up here. Dear God. It's a lot I'm having to learn. Already.
Pay me in blood. There is no reason to doubt your insight, sir.
I agree. No reason.
Construction underway, Commander. Like
progress.
You're blowing my cover!
Battle Forge completed.
Yeah. All right.
We have units. They have abilities. Some are passive, some are active.
I'll make the kill.
But we brought a lot of fucking units onto this board. A lot of fucking units.
Mortar turret completed. Bombs ready to drop.
Oh, that looks beautiful. You'll love to see that.
Like the wind. The Emperor shows us the way.
I get a lot of memories from Space Rangers 2/HD, which is on a huge discount right now. Shaman, why are you out there on your lonesome, man? You need to be back here to heal our units. There's another Shaman, so I'm gonna have to be more responsible for those units moving forward.
Someone's orders are a sober man's thoughts.
I'm losing altitude. It'll be built in a jiffy. Construction in progress.
Can those units I built take care of everything? Without me having to think anymore. Without me having to summon the Durgan.
Manufactured, Commander.
You need to go to this group as well.
Trooper ready to march. Your unit will roll out momentarily.
Yeah, they appear to have this. We get the recruitment citadel done, and we're gonna be good. Yeah, we won. Alright. Well, you'll have to wait until Chapter 2 to see the Jetpack Dragon. Bam. We lost one of the starting Hunter Army units. I mean, I'm the Jetpack Dragon and feel like doing shit. Emperor allows gay marriage, corrupts morals of the nation. Citizens must pay taxes, but gods stay exempt, and their functionaries too. Emperor supremacy of war on resources called both questionable and fleeting. The treasury is overflowing, Commander. Thieves been eyeing greedily. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine. Your policies have the following consequences. We receive 2 less gold per turn. The 7 bless you. Your luck has been increased by 4%. Okay. So, I lose out on making gold by keeping the status quo and not taxing the church? Sure. Okay. Why not? That seems reasonable. But instead of losing luck, I think it was 2%, we gained 4% luck? Hooray! Hell yeah, let's go. I have no idea, Jonathan. Game design! Wiggles fingers menacingly. How you doing?
I hope you don't mind, Commander, but I've requested that a few of your generals should undo the havoc that is being caused by a group of lizard rebels. These misguided souls have taken to the teachings of a cult that worships the so-called one god, and they're causing no end of unrest where they dwell.
But how does that hurt my income, missing no leader? If that's been the status quo up to this point.
I'm sure Henry and Edmund are the proper officers for the job, wouldn't you agree? They'll need to be diplomatic, though, if they seek to succeed.
What's going on in here, you chuckleheads?
A dear old lady, our Prospera, but it saddens me to see senility is taking hold.
That's our lizard emissary, by
She
the way,
actually wants me
Prospera.
to work together with that barrel of gin they call a general. It would be almost comical, if it weren't so galling.
Listen, the last request Prospera had, you played off beautifully well. It upset the Ems how well you played it off beautifully. So, and I really don't like you anyway.
Impressive victory, Commander. You fight like a lion, which is almost as good as a lioness.
I don't know, Sheep.
You taught our enemy the meaning of defeat, Commander, but already I'm aching to give them another lesson. Come, to battle!
What do you say, Scarlet? Shall we be victorious in the end?
Why, yes. Soon the crown shall be yours. I hope you're ready for it.
Triumph. Victory is now but a formality, Commander. For all intents and purposes, the battle for Rivellon has been won.
Note that Rivellon is the entire land, which is not in this chapter.
A dear old...
Commander, a word in your ear. There seems to be a spot of trouble in one of the provinces. Some lizard rebel running amok. Naught but a trifle that Prospera has requested us to deal with. But she wants me and Bloody Edmund to go together? Yes, he's a lizard too, it stands to reason. But the man's as pleasant as a cactus down your trousers. So if you don't mind, I'll go alone.
I mean, I literally explained what luck does in impacts auto-resolves. I don't know, like, I don't know where loot and criticals came from. Sure. I gotcha. Well, since you just arrived, we don't pick up loot after battles in this video game. And there aren't criticals that I'm aware of, at least not stuff that the user manual explains in this video game. That's not that type of video game in a real-time strategy game. It directly impacts auto-resolve chances. Need my generals be able to work together in a civilized manner. This will be a good opportunity for practice. Get over yourself, Henry.
Practice? I'll be practicing skittles with his balls before the day is out. You know that cold-blooded cretin annoys me to no end. I'll follow your orders, Commander. But we're supposed to quell an uprising, you know. Not add fuel to the fire.
I got an achievement for that, by the way. I was not expecting that. Cat and dog, let's hope they don't kill each other. Roughly a third of players have that achievement. I'll be practicing Skittles with his balls before the day is out. Well, okay. Let's pick up chemical warfare for Grenadiers. It's a stance that creates a, an infection. That seems pretty dangerous. Let's pick that up. And these ironclad sea mine maids. Sea mine maids. Deploy sea mines that automatically cloak. That sounds like it could be painful. Let's pick that up for later. Good stuff. That's not Edmund, that's Henry, Arcane Rogue. Alright, well, we got this. We got that. I'm not going to re-explain all of my research papers from the start of the session, if anyone's just tuning in, or the incentive structure and how I'm going about it. That's already there, that footage. Just going to keep it moving from here. Let's buy some more units. Let's buy 2 more hunters. And we'll buy a grenadier. Yeah. And we'll buy 2 more armors. And a grenadier. Well, we're not going to be making things go boom for a while. That was the one battle that is had as a treat until the end of this chapter. The start of chapter 2. Alright, transfer you over to the front line. And we'll shuffle some units over here. Alright, that's that for this turn. There was nothing else. Great, wonderful. I lay down and end my turn. Two generals sent to quell minor provincial problem. Don't they have a war to win? Asks indignant counselors. Time for some R&R, says Emperor. Dragon drop. A dragon's died. Yeah, we have a war to win. We sure do. General's actions have influenced the Empire. Ooh, Grenadiers 250 for some more damage card. We got some more crazy cards. Decrease a country's revenue. What's going on, Prospero?
What a pair Edmund and Henry make, Commander. Worry no longer. The insidious religion of the one god no longer tempts a single lizard in the realm. They either pay homage to the Seven, or have the good sense not to prattle on about gods at all.
How we doing in the bar as a result of everything?
Never would I have expected the likes of Henry to wag such a silver tongue. There must be some brain cells left neath that simian cranium of his after all. Holding on for dear life, I expect.
We've returned from our mission, Commander. All's well among the lizards again. No more praise for the one god anymore, but proper prayer for the Seven, or whatever floats their boat. I was hoping for at least some resistance, so that I could spill a mite of their cold blood. But there was none to be had. Diplomacy, aka idle chatter, saved the day.
Yay, diplomacy.
Wasn't such a bad thing looking back on it, that serpent of an Edmund tagged along. Obviously, we were plotting each other's demise from the get-go, but when push came to shove, we both wanted to appear the greater general, forced us to bring our A-game. Long story short, the cultists renounced their evil ways and were accepted back into society.
They can do that now,
Boring
Carmine.
as fig stew. But Prospera's over the moon. She can stay there for all I care.
What would you...
And then you two weren't involved with anything. All right, cool, great, wonderful. I'm glad they fucking figured it out. Trooper for the Empire so that we can overload our troopers and now we can have them blow up Suicide? Sure, that sounds great. Let's pick that up. Ironclads being able to unmask cloaked enemy units at a 1,200 meter radius? Why not? We should get that research too. Sounds great. Well, Sheep, they're a real asshole to the jetpack dragon because they don't... Basically, our dad, he was really great and awesome, and he built this whole empire. And then as far as everyone's concerned, he withered away. He fell into sloth and idolatry and decadence and just, you know, it's his fault. These succession wars are happening here. The truth, according to Maxos, the great, awesome, wonderful mage, is that a dragon in the guise of a woman completely enchanted him. By the way, we're her child, the dragon's child, and the emperor's child. So it's the dragon's fault, but no one knows about that. In the process, apparently the dragon nearly enchanted the mage and also enchanted a third person responsible for all this technology. And Maxos, the mage, he escaped. He escaped from the enchantment, but the other two were, who used to be thick as thieves, ended up really at odds with one another. And according to the mage, the wizard, very trustworthy he is, by all accounts, his own. You can't trust a wizard. I mean, how can you trust anyone in this world if you can't trust the wizard? I mean, 3 Zeppelins. So yeah, like, the only reason anyone's caring to follow me is because the mage is vouching for me. As far as they're concerned, I'm just some fucking half-dragon bastard. And I mean, that's really cool that I can be a dragon on the battlefield, but also, what the fuck? What? Like, our dad still is fucking responsible for all this shit falling apart. All right. Hey, look at this. Look at this moving. What is this? What the fuck is this? The fuck is this? 1 grenadier. This turn. I could just send the Imperial Army. They have a 1% chance. Wink. So I have a 2% popularity penalty, but I have 4% luck. Do I want to give one of you kids a job? It will put me in debt. You decide to pay none unless you end up with a negative balance. I mean, it's fine. I could give someone a job. Someone want a job? I don't know. I feel like the Imperial Army could resolve this one. I don't need to be here for this. None of you kids get jobs. You cost me money. I have 100% odds of victory. Look at this. Ta-da! That's XCOM, baby. Well, we managed to do it. Cult of Crazies lavish with leniency. They deserve death, not diplomacy, claims outraged Yorick. Emperor's flurry of victories. Fact or fiction? Emperor to undergo plastic surgery? Got ourselves another card. Cool. And we have another counselor meeting that we'll take after hitting up some research. Short, sharp shock for our armored tank things. A massive shock wave to damage light units and a radius for a bunch of damage. That sounds cool. Transports being able to cloak themselves? Yeah. Nearly completely invisible? Sounds great. Let's cloak that shit. Very good, sir. Very good. We'll save this under Let's go on with it live, too. Just in case.
Commander, you know we elves sometimes stuff our pipes with a few Druidani leaves so as to experience its gentle, mind-altering effects. There are some that say its use should be outlawed, but I want to propose the exact opposite. Studies have shown this plant's medicinal use can do wonders to alleviate pain. So I think every doctor should be allowed to administer Druidani like any other remedy.
We are managing a whole lot of laws and shit while we're trying to win a succession war. Like, imagine, like, I don't know, playing Heroes of Might and Magic 2, and you're Roland or Archibald trying to, like, defeat your brother. But in between the turns... Actually, you play as a general, so you're not actually Roland or Archibald. Alright, not a fair comparison. What if in any other situation like this, in between, like, the battles, you were roped into, how are you gonna rule everything once it's all done, right?
Both in sickness and in health, we recognize the judgment of the gods, Commander, as we do in convalescence and death. Interfering by means of medicine is already a sin. Adding the use of vile narcotics to the equation merely aggravates the misdeed.
Vile narcotics. So, Yorick not here for the Schedule 1 drugs I'm taking. I don't know whether Druidani or Druidane is one of those, but, you know, Yorick's like, I don't even have lungs anyway, and I'm like, you fucking cough, bro, which he does. We've heard him here in Council coughing.
What is it with the elves and their damnable love for hallucinogenic leaves? I've seen those who use it, sitting around with bloodshot eyes, talking gibberish. Medicinal! Malicious, more like.
But what if we taxed it, Sir Silvervein? Maybe you haven't thought about the gains here.
Commander, if Druidani truly possesses the qualities attributed to it by Oberon, and under responsible medical supervision it may be used to alleviate pain, well then of course I support the elven bid. It is only logical.
Our studies show Oberon is correct, Commander. Sure, it took our researchers a very long time to write down their results, which they did in the weirdest of phrases, and for some reason they et. But one simply cannot dismiss their deductions.
See, there you go. Science. The imps did the science for us. Look at that. That's quality research right there. Done. And you know what? Welcome aboard. Let's do it.
Thank you, Commander. Druidani really is a wonderful herb if used with care and
I got an achievement for this.
Hopefully the bad reputation it suffers among the likes of Falstaff and Yorick will dwindle in time because of today's decision. Light those pipes, I say!
What the fuck, Yorick? Please. Truly a Shakespearean character, that Yorick. My achievement is dude. This achievement unlocks of making a certain political decision. God damn it.
If thou hast erred, let pain be thy penance, for it sweats the sin from your skin. So say the 7 scriptures, Commander. Therefore it is truth. What could you possibly hope to achieve by denying the truth?
Thank you, Commander.
The use of Druidani is in itself a sickness, Commander, and can never be a cure. Patients will leave our clinics as addicts, destined for the gutter. The dragon makes for a fine doctor indeed.
You know, it's a good point to bring up, Sir Silvervein. What could I, a dragon, know about each of these races' physiology and how medicinal herbs will impact their bodies? So why the fuck are you asking me? You've got to make a choice for all of us, Commander.
Very wise of you, Commander. Let us hope, though, use will not lead to abuse. In fact, let us not hope. Let us supervise.
Ha! Well done. I'll be sure to inform our scientists their efforts were
Damn
not in
Carbine.
vain. I'll procure some Druidani couple of pastry chefs and bake them a cake that will blow their socks off.
If Tangled String were here, Tangled will be deeply excited to hear about the stories of the imps. All right, another turn of progress. We'll see the impacts of that choice next turn. So far, elves, imps, and lizards, they're on board. Undead, less so. And dwarves, really less so. Note that this does impact my auto-resolve luck boost for these factions, and also the support I get from their various, peoples. But this island is elven and undead, and when we transition to Chapter 2, it's just elven. So it's not so bad to think about, having some support from the elves in our starting place in Chapter 2. Yeah, my only qualifications, Dad. This jetpack, by the way, was provided to us at the start of the game by the imps. By our cool head researcher. So, I am mildly predisposed in his favor. And their favor. As a whole. Mildly, yes. Just get 3 of those. And, yeah, that's all we need to recruit this turn. I think this region is pretty covered. This region's pretty covered. I lay down and end my turn. Yeah, how many jetpacks have the rest of you provided me? Doping doctors administer Druidnai to patients. Leave hospitals as addicts. Where are you, Emperor? Dragon drop. A dragon's died again. So, dwarves have plummeted to 25% support. Elves, lizards, 70%. Imp, 60. Undead, 40. Revenue increase. Hunter mercenaries. What's up, man?
Darl's Charwin White Whiskers strikes again, Commander.
You fucking kidding me about that name?
He's the foremost dwarven scholar, as I'm sure you know, and he's about to publish his 1000th article on natural history. Rumour has it he'll make a startling new revelation, and I'm anxious to read all about it.
Darl's Charwin White Whiskers? Yeah, okay. And shamans can hand out a shield immunity, which makes them immune to negative status effects and reduces their incoming damage by 50%. That sounds good. And armor, public transportation, so our armors can transport troopers and grenadiers. What's all of this bullshit that I'm not really going to have any grasp of, like how to effectively use it in a combat situation? Oh, by the way, each of the researchers has a video showing it in action. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure everything will be fine. I'm sure I'll have a firm and full grasp of all this cool shit I'm getting. All right, what's going on here?
Edmund seems to be in a mood fouler than an ogre's abattoir. We were just trading routine insults when I said, "Your grandmother was an orc," and immediately he tried to get his bloody hands round my throat. Madcap lizard. Who gets so upset over such a childish taunt?
I like Henry here using the word abattoir. That's a good word. Strong word.
What would you inquire?
You two still having nothing? All right.
Commander, a most grave and ignominious matter has come to my attention. Some dwarven quack, styling himself a scientist, claims he has found conclusive proof that we lizards, and some form of degenerate aquatic orc, are descendant of one and the same ancestor. He means to publish this rot in the Rivellon Scientific Gazette, thereby causing irreparable damage to our species' reputation.
Really? Irreparable damage to your species' reputation? I mean, he sounds like he's famous and all, but... Really? You know the papers print just about anything, right?
With the utmost insistence, I therefore urge you to halt this publication. And if the matter of censorship bothers you, think nothing of it. By blocking the printing of this inane nonsense, you're safeguarding not only the good standing of all lizards, but of the illustrious Gazette as well. A dwarven scholar? Really? The very notion is ludicrous.
If you're sure this man is wrong, I'll stop the publication for now, but why not have a word with him? See if he's maybe he's truly onto something. Some say orcs have more in common with apes than they like to admit, so why not orcs with lizards? I'm not going to ban a scientific publication, and that's that. The answer choices that we have are pretty extreme in their pitch, but also, fuck this guy.
You'd be singing a different tune if it were dragons and dung beetles that were said to have matching progenitors, wouldn't you? To hell with that dwarf. I dare say no one will believe his tripe anyway.
If we didn't weigh in on this, it would auto-pick something. So, like, no matter what, you're not escaping. You can just block it out of your head, but there will still be effects that play out. You think not caring is a choice unto itself, and I would say, yeah, it picks one of the two options. And if you're like, oh, like, yeah, oh. Move two of them over there. All right. I lay down and pass my turn. Anything, Carthan? Lizards and orcs once bumped uglies, undead mortified by lewd behavior. Emperor indecisive. Our Emperor, the new sensation. Scales of Steel. Hey, Prospera. How's it going? I'm sure you're doing great over there.
I must say, Commander, that I am very disappointed a time-honored academic journal has published such wild conjectures about us lizards. Positively everyone is laughing behind our backs. Yorick's little bid to have us removed from the list of civilized races only aggravates matters, though I believe he spoke in jest.
I never would have thought that science could be so amusing, Commander. Most of it insults the gods, you see, but this lizard business has tickled my funny bone. Orcs in another guise? Out with the lizards, I said. Civilized race no longer. I was joking, of course, but by the seven, the look on Edmund's face was worth it.
You know what? Good. Good. I'm glad they could have some fucking fun. I don't fucking lighten up, man. How dare this get published? We hate you across the board now. Undead. Incredibly just fickle people across the board. We're in the middle of some serious shit right now. And they're like, nah. It's good. All right. Our transports can now be minesweepers to automatically clean up nearby sea mines left by enemy ships. That sounds cool. Wow, yeah. Fuck that. That looks great. Love that for me. Warlocks can now cloak. We've seen that in action from the opposition. We are able to target cloaked units with our shots as dragons, if we know they're there, of course. But other units can't do that. They have to actually be able to detect them. And Zeppelins can fire barrage of 12 fire bats. Sure, we don't mean the StarCraft fire bats. Probably not. How does that look? All right. Okay. Well, that's all we can do for researches for now until the next chapter, because we don't have Juggernauts, Devastators, or Imp Fighters. We are near an end to our researching. Come over here and we can get some abilities for our Durgan. Purifying Flame, sure. I can take this ability with me and shoot Healing Fire instead of Fire. Like a loser. What's up?
Leave it to old man Charwin, Commander. He'll set things straight. I knew there was something fishy about those lizards. Aquatic orcs. Maybe that's what we should call them from now on.
Yes, Commander?
But you're taking the war.
Half of the foes we kill are shot or stabbed in the back, Commander. They're on the run, all right. Bunch of cowards. Whatever happened to victory or death? No respect for traditions anymore.
No respect.
It is abhorrent, Commander. Gutter press of the lowliest sort. The Rivellon Scientific Gazette has gone ahead and published that accursed gnome's findings. Every lizard in the realm has been made a mockery of, and it happened with your blessing. Did you know that the undead, those blundering bits of discarded carcass, have proposed that because of our alleged link with orcs, we lizards should be stricken off the list of 6. No longer a civilized race, but a wild one. We, who were the pinnacle of evolution, cast aside? Ha! Let them. Why would we want to be counted among inferiors anyway? Let them have their list of 5. We shall be the ones.
So, everyone's not just a caricature, they also deal with their own traumas. And, much like a relationship, everyone brings their traumas with them to being a general and/or counselor. Alright, what's next? To the throne room.
Commander, I'd like to address some issues I have with the Rivellon Times. Now, I know the press will try to embellish stories to make for more savory reading material, but half the stuff they print nowadays is fabricated nonsense of an almost always sensational or slanderous nature. I want you to reprimand them, Commander. I want it to be known that from now on they must either publish the truth or else publish no longer.
This is a nice, like, story transition bit to, like, have a decision here, you know, after what happened, like, depending on, like, whatever your ruling may have been with, the research paper. Will you restrict the freedom of the sensational press? Look at Yorick here, rolling dice. He's having a good time.
The Rivellon Times is no more than a daily dose of heresy for those that sinfully partake. Rather than admonish, you should abolish the thing altogether, Commander.
Alright. So, Yorick, he had his jokes. He's like, fuck this thing. It's stupid. They're posting about, like, dragon nudes and that you're lazy. It's stupid.
I couldn't agree with Prospero more, Commander. The Rivellon Times journalists aren't simple fact-finders. No. They ferret for filth. Ever since I've become a counselor aboard the Raven, I've discovered dwarven newspapermen under my bed on no less than 3 separate occasions. And one I caught climbing through the bathroom window.
So we've heard Oberon and Prospera both, you know, champion for rights and good for people. And they're coming down hard on this sensationalist press, and Yorick's with them. What say you, Sir Silvervein?
The Rivellon Times is a dwarven and therefore commercial enterprise, Commander. Juicy stories sell copies. That is simplicity itself. I categorically deny, by the way, that our editors spread lies. Or at the very least, spread lies on purpose. So, if a chambermaid divulges to us a minister of the crown likes to spunk his mistress in the bedroom, and this later turns out to be untrue, she is at fault, not we, for having printed her tale.
So I don't actually think Sir Silvervein made a compelling argument here. Based on everything we've done with Sir Silvervein, this was not persuasive to me. I don't know about you, chat room. And it began with the very first sentence. I'm like, oh, yes, it's a dwarven and therefore commercial enterprise. Oh.
I see no imp interest in this matter at all, Commander. I'll just flip a coin then. Heads means yes, tail means no. And heads. Yeah. Go ahead and reprimand them.
So here we go, Akazar. This is a situation where it's not 3-2, as Akazar had made mention of. This is a 4-1. Only the dwarves are like, don't you fucking do this. And everyone else on this council is like, fucking do it. The imps are like, the imp emissary is like, I really don't give a fuck. I just pick something. Here we go. Yeah, restrict them. So we're going to restrict the freedom of the sensational press, chat room. I mean, it's 4-1. And Silvervein did not present a convincing argument to me. Like, how far can this slippery slope go? Oh, God. Yes.
I thank you, Commander. To inform the general public of the events of the Empire is a great responsibility, not a lackadaisical frivolity. The dwarves would do well to take this duty a bit more seriously. And their caricaturists, especially, could stand to be a bit more sensitive.
Okay. So we are going to be restricting the freedom of the sensational press.
Well, I guess a reprimand is a first step. Does it include the raiding of the Rivellon Times' offices, perhaps? Shall they be gutted by fire? For that would be most agreeable and please the Seven.
You know, Yorick, I gotta say, I think love and hate relationship I have with Yorick is too strong, but I am finding ways to enjoy Yorick. There we go.
Very good, Commander. I can tell you it was all very embarrassing for my wife to pick up the morning paper and find out I'd been tending to another garden on the side. She kept on hogging the rose bushes. My favorite. What was I to do?
Oh, tending to another garden on the side. Oh, whoa.
But this reprimand will kill business. Who wants to read mere facts? Facts are boring. God blimey, Commander. Reprimand if you must, but don't break the news until I've sold all my shares in the Times.
There could have possibly been a window for you to make me feel regret about my decision. That wasn't it.
Okay, so we just do like the coin says then. We could flip one every bloody time, you know? Sure would put an end to all this bloody bickering.
All right. Well, we're going to restrict the freedom of the sensational press. This yellow journalism can go straight to hell, chat room. Where is my Let's Get On With It Live 2 save? There it is. Let's see. All right, back to the game board. Everything looks great here. Everything looks great here. No problems. Let's move those over. I'ma get you. Like, no, don't get me. I'ma get you. We'll buy 2 more armors there, and we'll transfer over 2 more armors. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Seems pretty good. If you want to transfer over something, we'll go for that. I didn't see them do that in my research, but maybe they'll surprise me, particularly given what happened here, you know? With the transport and that, yeah. We'll see. And hey, they did mount an attack on this earlier. No headline today because the Rivellon Times is being censored by Draconic Emperor. Our sincerest apologies. Asterisk. Lizard to be stricken from records of civilization about bloody times, say the others. The dragon takes a breather, scorching pigs inside. Dragon seen attacking own troops. Emperor claims this fire heals. So, dwarves not doing too great with us, but everyone else not doing too bad. What's up, Catherine?
Accursed be that hothead of a Henry, Commander. I'd rather swallow needles than endeavor a constructive discussion with him ever again. You know what he's like on the field. Always must he fly solo. Always must he go charging in like a bull in heat. Ridiculous. If he's thinking at all about what he's doing, it's with his brain that dangles, not deducts. The man's a menace, a danger to himself and others.
Well, anyway. Advance, we have that ability now. All friendly units, when I roar, have a big boost to their movement speed. There I go, there. Whoa! They got the zoomies, chat room. Dragon Dad said we could go to McDonald's. Yeah! And we can, like, inspire them. Inspire an individual unit. Then, like, a ray of power. Increase its damage. Will I use any of this stuff? Never. Oh, beats me. We're buying it. Buy now, buy now, buy now, buy now. All right. Remind myself. I got all the stuff out of here that I can. Sure did. All right, cool. Let's go to the bar.
How delightfully entertaining to see Catherine and Henry exploding in rage over a strategic disagreement. Like children they are, vainly trying to prove to one another they have the better toy. Of course, none of the two realizes they could argue till the dwarves grow tired of gold and never reach the tiniest epiphany. To wage war requires a distinct brand of genius. Where they are found wanting, I am found abounding.
Yep.
Sup, Commander?
Sup? All right, Henry, lay it on me.
By all the gods, real or imaginary, devils take my manhood if that Catherine creature isn't a bigger bitch than a mountain-sized mastiff. So what if I wage war by my own rules and care little for her so-called team tactics? That's no reason to question my ability. She's lucky she has tits to prove she's not a man, or I'd have beaten her more savagely than a dwarf is anvil.
Caricatures. Really. They just... And they stay in their fucking lane. All of them stay in their fucking individual respective lanes.
Besides, what's the use of standing shoulder to shoulder when you know the fella next to you will run once the swords start ringing and the blood begins to flow? Aye, that's what happened the day I lost my arm. I stood my ground, alone. And the rest of the Emperor's generals, they outran their wives and their litter trying to escape. So much for loyalty. So much for duty.
So Henry is going through some real pain. He gave his body to serve our father who wilted away, and generals and soldiers who fled rather than sacrifice their bodies as Henry did. And he's still processing, you know. Some real righteous anger over that. I can imagine it's hard to put your trust in someone when you've been through such an ordeal. We here might not form a band of brothers yet. We never will, unless you give us a chance.
I find it a lot easier to tell the benefit of the doubt it can go shag itself. But if you insist, I'll give the others a chance. Though I'm sure they'll prove to be a bigger disappointment than looking for a brothel in an elf town.
All right, very good, man. You, hope you have a good one. Anyway. Now let's move a little bit over there, just in case they get some nerve on them, and let's move to over there in case they get some nerve on them too. Yeah, some gentle suggestions. I'm like, what, one research away from completing my cool dragon abilities? Yeah, appear to be coming up right on schedule from my research. Might even hit the turn numbers exactly. Might, despite what happened here. Yeah. All right. We can buy one more unit as a treat. There you go. Let's go. I end my turn. What's up, Carthan? Raven bartender tired of General's drunken babble. All he talks about is his imp arm, and he tips worse than a dwarf. Our man aboard the Raven. Everyone's taking a breather. Speed kills. Maxos magic to make our men faster. Maxos demands newspapers to inspire rather than to ridicule, just like the dragon does. We ridicule Maxos' grammar. Warlocks will do more damage card. Devastator mercenaries. What's up?
Oh, my head. feels like there's an imp wedding celebration going on in there and they've just lighted the fireworks. I drank shots and played poker with Henry, Edmund, and Scarlet. Not a dime left in my pockets. But it was rather jolly, in a vulgar sort of way.
Catherine here is a former queen in a matriarchal society who fell on hard times. She's still processing, too.
Men will have their simple pleasures, you know. Games of chance, drinking games, etc. All made for a welcome change from Henry's moody ways, though. He was rather cordial, if you can believe it. Thought I'd see Maxos shave his beard first.
How we doing in here?
Sup, Commander?
Next time Henry wants to play cards, I'll tell him I'd rather tongue-kiss a rattler. Such an unrefined game, really. The pastime of booze hounds and imbeciles. Quite unfit for a man of my refinement.
Right, he played board games with the imp priest. Definitely not card games.
To change the subject entirely, could I receive my wages a bit earlier this month? I've had some unexpected expenses.
Seems like Edmund may have gotten fleeced during the cards.
Commander, so I took your counsel to heart and decided I should give my fellow generals a chance to prove they are worthy of my esteemed friendship and perhaps even trust. What better test I can put them to, I ask myself, than the holy game of poker? See who's shrewd, behold who bluffs, descry who dares, and when.
Henry really makes it sound like everything's fucking important, right? Commander, so I took your counsel to heart and decided I should give my fellow generals a chance to prove they are worthy of my esteemed friendship and perhaps even trust. What better test can I can put them to, I ask myself, than the holy game of poker?
So that's what I did. Rounded them up and played from dusk till dawn. You were right. They're not a bad bunch once you get to know them. Obviously, I left their purses emptier than Yorick's skull, which does do wonders for my temper. Can't rightly say if that endeared me to them, but I'm sure as hell would like to see more of them once this month's wages come in.
He's like, fuck yeah! More poker! Let's fucking go! Dragon Knight, yeah! Pay them sooner so I can get paid sooner, yeah! Let's go!
Commander, you know that many of the greatest imp inventors and scientists suffer no end of injuries in the line of duty. New and fickle weapons tend to, well, go boom at inopportune moments. Often, we heal their wounds with magic and replace lost limbs with marvels of engineering. But ever so often, they are beyond repair. In that case, we like to end their suffering by means of Black Rose extract. In the eyes of the law, though, this is murder. So let us scrap that law.
The start of this text led me thinking, like, wait a minute, we did, like, government health care. Like, where is this going? Like, and then, like, we got to the end, like, oh, that's where this is going. Okay. Euthanasia.
Life is a gift of the gods, and so of course is death. It is not up to mortals or undead to tamper with either of them, which is precisely what those impish charlatans are trying to do.
Yorick says no.
Trinculo is quite correct, Commander. That law is woefully outdated and should simply be abolished. Sometimes to kill is the only way to be merciful.
Oberon's on board.
No dwarf goes gently into the dark night if he can help it, Commander. We fight against the dying light with every sinew in our bodies, and no needle-wielding quack will Ballywell interfere. Only those who clung to every last breath are worthy of the eternal warrior's afterlife.
Silvervein says no, but not because of money. Because of dwarven pride and the yearning, burning need to fight on. Which is very much a dwarven thing, right? Like, well, we're totally fucked. Anyway, let's go. Let's fight to the end.
Mr. Shortfuse's proposal is a meritorious one, Commander. Every sun must set, and if the setting is one of suffering, why not speed it along with Black Rose?
Of, like, the list of decisions I feel like I want to tackle at this moment in time, during the war amongst the half-siblings, to try and, I don't know, bring stability, order, peace, whatever to the land through bloodshed. This is quit shaking your fucking lizard top-heavy chest. Stop it. Put your lizard breasts away. Quit it. Stop it. Go to Max Gentleman Sexy Business. Oh, shit. Where was I? Like, this is just pretty far down, like, the list of choices I feel like I want to make right now as a potential future leader. Like, we can't even get to, like, the paperwork bureaucratic section here. Like, will you allow euthanasia? Like, is that something I need to rule on? I guess so. I guess it's something I need to rule on. What are you talking about, Agazar? Oh yeah. Well, I mean, they would come up in Chapter 2 anyway. We would be dealing with them now or later. Now, I could just walk out, as I've told you before, and they'll make a choice, and they'll make the one that's the most popular choice among our ambassadors.
Commander.
I like how when I click out of the game window sometimes, poof, there it goes. So, I feel pretty about this one.
Mr. Shortfuse's proposal is...
Like, I have my own, like...
Commander.
Like, my views on this aside, given the context of the game, I just don't... This is not an issue that matters to me right now as Dragon Commander. So I'm going to leave this up for a viewer poll option. I'm going to get off that damn screen. I was trying to set up a Twitch poll, and every time I clicked out... Like, how we feeling about euthanasia? Allow it. Deny it. You have 1 minute. Go.
Commander.
LARPing is one of my L citizens. Delightful. Yeah, when I click into the game window, it sometimes registers my clicks on whatever I'm mousing over at the time. Looks like we're going to be allowing this one pretty overwhelming. The last time I gave folks a poll option was when Scarlett demanded better pay for women. She, of course, wanted women to be, you know, be paid more than men. But we worked it out to be equal. That was a narrow victory for equalizing pay. Very narrow. It was a 1-vote victory for equalizing pay. I don't think chat was feeling it too much with the messenger. But here, oh, very crushingly so. We're going to be allowing euthanasia here. All right.
I'm glad you're being so sensible about this, Commander. One of our doctors had to resort to jailbreak after ministering to a miserable old dwarf almost burnt beyond recognition when he dozed off with a pipe in his mouth. Set his beard aflame in no time, the poor bugger. What could that imp do but slip him sweet sister sleep?
I feel like there's some further, like, moral and ethical situations we have to talk about. Like, perhaps the consent of the person we're looking to euthanize? Are we just gliding past that one? Are we just gonna, like, briefly touchstone, like, issues that Larian Studios wanted to bring up for our Power Fantasy Jetpack Dragon video game, and then whoop whoop away to the next issue Larian Studios wanted to touch on for a Power Fantasy Dragon game? Like, well, don't worry about that one, let's keep it going. Yeah, I'm a dragon with a fucking jetpack. Rex.
If someone's last days are days of agony, the Seven have willed it so. Ease their torment, and you thwart the divine order. One more example that sacrilege is inbred in science.
Does Liberal Crime Squad seem like exactly the sort of weird, ancient, ultra jank game I would play? I don't know. Maybe the game it's based off of Oubliette. Maybe Oubliette has something going for it.
Well done, Commander. It takes an enlightened mind to weigh life against death and realize that sometimes the latter is the kinder condition.
So now we're catering to the weaklings that choose drugs over defiance. Doctors ought to treat their charges to the very end, not sing them opiate lullabies.
Very wise of you, Commander. Pain is such a terror. To relieve one's patients of it should be a physician's foremost care, even if sometimes relief may prove to be definitive.
Akazar, do we say who Jonathan S. Fox is? Do we stay quiet about that one? That's a separate question. Nah, good. What's life without some secrets, right? Okay, anyway, euthanasia, yippee, I guess. Hooray. That's all of our research is done. And yeah. Cool. Next, we are on track with our timer. It'll be turn 19. We'll take the capital back. We'll take it back. Really, I could do it this turn, right? Yeah, I could do it this turn. They'll have to reclaim it a turn, so yeah, let's do that. All right. Let's move some pawns. Actually, no. If I take this, they won't actually have any territory at all, so I will be... I got an achievement for doing that. Good. Make up your mind already. No, we'll play it one more turn. Because this won't be a case where I have to hold their capital for a turn. They literally won't have anything. All right. I have 2 more armor. All right. Cool. I end my turn. Illegal gambling rampant aboard the Raven. Whispers of vile orgies persist. Thanks to Emperor, doctors can simply kill off annoying patients. This just in, dragons apparently hibernate. Again, the game just like prodding the player like, hey, bud, you got anything you're doing, bud? Nope. There we go. Dire news, Commander. Thieves plundered your treasury. We're capped at 50. There we have it, Commander. Rogue imps have stolen some of our research. We're capped at 30. There's our caps. Increase the population of my country by 200%. What's up, you two? Why are you back on my screen?
Horror of horrors, Commander. Claudella, our foremost artist, turns out to be a sinner of sapphic sentiments.
Oh my.
Such transgression cannot be condoned. The gods will not stand for it. All her works shall be pulled down onto the ground and smashed into the dust. Seven forgive us for having admired her so.
Once more, the undead are in an uproar over nothing, Commander. Now they are systematically tearing down the statues of their own foremost artist because she made the posthumous confession of being gay. What on earth moved her to do so, we'll never know, but the results are tragic. Please tell Yorick to calm his kin. A civilized society should not stand for such barbarism, whether the gods approve or not.
You would think that you would end up like this is all like the day-to-day shit that that rulers deal with after the war is over, right? This is what Paul Muad'Dib Atreides gets dragged into as soon as he smashes the Emperor's Sardaukar on the Arakim Plain, right? And obviously there's other conflicts that are happening there with the Fremen Jihad, but it's like, you know, Divinity Dragon Commander really wanted you to have this with your turn-based war game and your real-time strategy and being able to turn into a fucking dragon. Jonathan S. Fox also spearheaded the community development of open-source Liberal Crime Squad after Tarn Adams was done with it. And Jonathan worked on it for several years. So if you played Liberal Crime Squad after Tarn's official, like, when he was done with it, and Tarn was like, I'm gonna, like, that's it. I gotta spend more time on Dwarf Fortress. Look at Jonathan.
Yes, Commander?
What would you inquire of me?
Commander?
Remember I mentioned the artist Della Gecko a while ago, Commander? Brilliant. Gay. Well, I have another example. The undead sculptress Claudella, who sadly perished a short while ago because of some strange disease that sometimes plagues her kindred.
Okay.
She was an artist of profound mastery, revered by every single one of the undead, but now that in her last will and testament she revealed to have had a long-standing physical relationship with a woman they always assumed to be her sister, the vermin are systematically destroying all her works.
Okay.
Beautiful bronzes, marvelous marbles, all are falling under the hypocrites' hammers. But you can do something about this, Commander. You can stop this madness. And if you won't, give me the order and I'll bash the skull of each vandal I meet.
So we have Don't Go Bashing Skull Scarlet, I'll take care of this. It's sad and ridiculous that the undead would destroy work of genius because of someone's nature. Look, if the undead are so hell-bent on destroying her work, then so be it. I'm not going to create a diplomatic incident because some sculptress turned out to be gay. I'll talk to you later. Again, on my list of priorities as Dragon Commander, as we're dealing with the incentive structure of this video game, which has, you know, broken my immersion of pushing forward and telling the story, talked about at the end of last broadcast, talked about at the start of this broadcast. Like, this right here is just not a topic I care about. I just... But hey, if we don't weigh in, it will be weighed in for us. So I guess I'll ask you, Chad, if you give a damn.
Remember I met she was a beautiful bronzes.
Let's see if I can click out of the game window without it selecting an option. All right. Let's throw up a poll.
About this, Commander. You can stop this madness.
Statue time.
Give me the order and I'll bash the skull of each vandal I meet.
Stop the undead from doing it. Stop the statue smash. Do not get involved. 1 minute. How we feeling? We did Rax. That's not what this is about. This is not a legalized gay marriage choice. This is an undead discovered that a beloved sculptress was actually gay. She's dead, and she revealed posthumously that she's gay. And the devout worshippers of the Seven are like, absolutely the fuck not. So, I don't feel strongly in this situation, given what my character's been portrayed as. I'm like, I have so many other things I'm thinking about right now. But I'll give this one the chat. How we feeling? Since a choice will be made for us anyway. All right, we're going to stop the smash. Don't go bashing Skull Scarlet, I'll take care of this. It's sad and ridiculous that the undead would destroy work of genius because of someone's nature.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Cheers, Commander. You're officially a patron of the arts now. I shall raise a toast to you tonight. And in the meantime, try not to succumb to the temptation of yanking away Yorick's lower jaw and throwing it overboard.
I mean, yeah, personally, save the arts. Stop killing statues. Person trying to rule a damn empire. Why does this shit keep getting brought up to me? I need a Chamberlain. I need an intermediary. I need a filter mouthpiece. I need someone. An admin on this airship. Please. I have more cards than I ended up having during my research stuff. Well, anyway, now. We did it for the achievement, right? Oof. We're capped out on our gold. We're capped out on our research beakers. We're capped out on the amount of, research we can have. If they somehow, if they decide to shuffle out units to take one of these things, then I guess I will lose them. Sure, whatever. We'll send about yay much. I think sending that much seems good. Yeah. I think we'll send that much. That much seems reasonable. Yeah. %96 chance success. My popularity penalty weighing in here. 5% chance of failure. We go up to Edmund, we can get 98%. Henry gets a 97. You know what, Edmund? Let's give you a chance to shine. Let's go, Edmund. Just kidding. I'll handle this. Nah. Like, if I involved any of them, I'd lose money. The Imperial Army will have to resolve this. Let's go. I've shown off battling for this province before, the Capitol building and everything. Been shown off defending it before. We'll let the Imperial Army, the militia, take it home. We don't get to take any of these units on our side with us to Chapter 2 anyway, so it's like, whatever. Well, we appear to have won the battle. Alright, very good. We stole some golden tech. Very good. We've watched this cutscene already.
And so it came.
Battlefield moves to Heart of Kingdom. All factions rally behind the dragon. Emperor protects art of pervert sculptor. Dwarves, elves, lizards, imps, and undead stand united. Emperor to guide all to victory. Imps lack inspiration. Imps copy enemy armor designed to the letter. Size matters. Enemy researchers build impenetrable floating fortress. Imperial scientists stupefied. Winning more territories does not help the Empire with its personality crisis, sneers Seer.
I have news for you, Commander.
No, not interested. Bye.
Well, Commander.
We've already listened to that text, too. Alright. The fucking Mass Effect walks off my damn screen. Here we finally go. Chapter 2. The Chapter 2 for real. We'll just do for realsies. Great. Wonderful. What an exciting looks at time, nods grimly. It has been. Turn 20. We're loaded with cards. We're loaded with money. We're loaded with research. We're loaded with chats. Let's chat.
You may have gone against us. You may think you have won, Commander, but you have done no such thing. What is left of Claudella's works is locked away in so-called museums, away from the eyes of every undead. Not a single one of us will enter these places ever again or be stricken down by the Seven.
You know, had I just been passing the turns, it would have gone pretty quick. But we also engaged with all of the events along the way, which I did not do at all during my research. I just went straight to the board.
Bravo, Commander. You went out of your way to preserve the legacy of a fine artist, and did so despite the diplomatic ramifications. We lizards commend you.
Hooray! We see that, yes. There's dwarves, elves, imps, lizards, and undead. Apparently there are faction decisions that unlock at 85% support with a faction. The major counselor decisions show up here, but not these other ones that we are getting involved with our counselors and generals, or just our generals. We lost that battle to allow them to retake the capital. Let's see here. These are values for us based off our decisions. We're taking -7 gold thanks to our government healthcare decision and not taxing the churches, which gave us a -2. So we would be making 13 gold a turn here, but instead we're making 6 gold a turn here. Hooray. We do have extra motivation, some discounts on our units thanks to our decisions made as well. And reviews of our generals. They all apparently get paid more that we're in Chapter 2 now. So they will no longer get paid 8 to handle a fight for us. They'll get paid 15. Which, you know, that makes sense. Sure, they can scale up too. Why not? All right. Let's go to the bar.
You fight with cunning, Commander, and you...
Bloody good.
Just want to make sure everyone
Under my rule, you'd be given the Cross of...
else is good.
Good news, Commander. The undead riots have been squelched, and the many artworks of Claudella that escaped their pitiful ire have been placed in various museums where they're guarded round the clock. That'll show those intolerant bastards. This is a great victory for mankind everywhere. A victory of nature over nurture, of freedom over oppression. The undead need to know one can be gay and held in high regard nonetheless. Let that be the lesson. This whole business was about art, of course, but still. Let that be the lesson.
Yeah. Yeah. You want to talk about a genre-defining game here in Divinity Dragon Commander. You came for the Jetpack Dragon for our action real-time strategy bits. And, well... you get everything else. Enjoy. Anyway, welcome to Chapter 2.
Fire and steel, cogs and wheels. Let's get cracking, my lord. Without delay.
We have all of our expert and master blocks unlocked. We'll need to research units before we can research like the text for those units. And over here in the Royal Chamber where Maxis is hanging out.
Studies have been highly interesting of late and have yielded results of great interest to you.
We've talked about this with him before.
Does he now?
Yeah.
There's an explanation for that, but I'll reserve it for later.
Fucking Raiden here, vague as hell.
Privilege, Commander.
Has our dragon research, and we have all of these options unlocked for us too. Now, I don't have enough research points to take the master stuff, and I'm really interested in the master stuff. Alas and alack, we don't have the beaker income at this time. But I may very well take something here in expert. So in master, we've seen Aura of Annihilation before, thanks to a card I played at one point. We have expert here though, and that includes some other passive stuff that doesn't even have to be abilities, like plus 33% damage to my primary attack, reduce damage I take by 35%, like a mass heal sort of thing. Pretty interested in that. Why don't I grab some devastation? Just deal more damage with my cool-ass jetpack dragon. Yeah, do you... Oh, good. You have questions. Go fuck yourself. Note that undo option that appears whenever I make choices, because I can undo them. And I think I will take an aura with my dragon. This Aura of Restoration permanently restores all friendly units in a 1,500 meter radius around me by 50 hit points a second, so that when I'm fighting with allies, I heal them. And I'm much less fragile than, like, that Shaman Blimp thing is. Yeah, shooting, like, someone with a beam to heal them, that's dumb. Just being around them and healing them, that's smart. That's huge brain right there. The biggest of brain. All right, with my 27 cards, thanks to the incentive structure designed by Larian Studios, we enter Chapter 2. All right, so we start with our sea island chain here, just rendered as one island. We make 13 gold a turn here and 3 beakers. We get all those beakers, but 7 of that gold is paid out to our empire decisions. And these are elves, who thankfully do support me. Yeah. We have 5 troopers, and we have 5 bits of armor. We can fit all 5 troopers on 1 transport, but if I wanted to fit the armor, I would need 2 transports, which I do have. Let's take a look at Carthan. Carthan, this is their capital. They have 2 Devastators. They have 3 troopers. They have 3 armor, and they have 3 grenadiers. That seems dangerous. They have multiple ironclads out here on the water, and also juggernauts. That seems scary. They have an academy over here with an ironclad and also an armor. They also have this area here, a war factory with troopers and transports. These islands are dwarven. We know how dwarves feel about us. This capital here is undead. The undead also don't care for us that much either. Over here, we have some neutral territory, and as a reminder, taking neutral spaces gives us the units there. So let's actually have a look around our map here. We have another foe who's all the way over here. Sabil. With some Devastators, some armor, and some hunters, some troopers. I actually have to get back into thinking about playing this game seriously now, you know? This is my first time tackling Chapter 2. Actually, I have to get out of stall mode and play the fucking video game. It's just stalling there. That builds bad habits. Bad habits. This region looks pretty valuable. That's 6 income there. It's pretty nice. Yes, effort once again. So, this feels, you know, off the table, given everything. I mean, I know I'm an awesome dragon, but between the hunters, the troopers, the armor, the grenadiers, and the devastators, I don't think I get to do anything there until... Like, I don't think I can stall until my dragon shows up, and then I'm not sure my dragon can deal with that shit, right? They each have, like, racial representation. Like, that's the predominant race in that province. Like, they're not occupied by that. It's just, like, the primary population living there. Dwarves, elves, lizards, lizards, undead. Not seeing any impies. Well, whittle imps. Not on this board. Which means... those are the lizards. I guess these are the imps. Yeah, those are imps. Sorry, it looked like a fucking lizard tower to me. Okay. So, let's have a look around some more. Some stuff that would be valuable to take. Seems like places that have transports with them to allow me some greater flexibility. Seems like places that have, like, units available to me. I don't know what to make of this situation here, where they don't have a transport there, but, like, me losing my capital would be a real problem, and I don't know what to do about that. Like, if they could move all of their units over to here, if they somehow netted of transports, I'd have a real rough situation. But they don't have that many transports at this time. To what extent them controlling the seas will make a difference, I don't know. These transports I have don't have units in them. So there's that. So I'm guessing I'm bringing them back to here. And we're just going to try some stuff, I guess. Let's load you up. Let's load you up. That's 5 cargo. And we're going to take you to a place with the things. I am liking this war factory and the units and the transport here. It being controlled by dwarves will be problematic for me. Is there another place I would boop my way over to? I'm thinking not. Depends on my moves available, right? Like, I can just get right here by the looks of things. So, let's go. There we are. Ruling that's gonna be hell, but, you know, we'll make do, I guess, possibly, maybe. So, I think something I am going to play here is to increase my revenue here. We'll say for 2 turns, we'll play a 2-turn card here. It'll take me up to 19 gold a turn. I can also play another card to increase the population of a country by 200%. And maybe I want to have the population of this country up, given that it's my starting capital and everything, and maybe we want to have some pop. So we'll do that. Play another card there. And I got a lot of people there now. Cool. All right. So there's some cards played. If I go to play my enemy cards, I could say they don't get as much revenue. I could crush population through genocide. And I can sabotage hunters and prevent them from being able to move this round. They have hunters here. They do have hunters here. I mean, they don't even have transports to attempt to move them at this time. So there's that. How much gold are they making there? 8. What's their biggest money earner? Is it that 8? I think it is that 8. Sure, let's say that's not even for like that's not even for turns. That just decreases a country's revenue by 50%. There you go. Enjoy. 4. I think harming Carthan's economy seems like a good idea to me. That is an ironclad. That is a juggernaut. That is an ironclad. Armor, grenadier, devastators, troopers, hunters, OBS Dark. They have ironclad, armor. Just read that stuff out. Troopers, and then the 2 transports all the way over here at their war factory, where they might build units to then do shit with. Yes, they can definitely play cards, Sid, as we have seen them play cards already. And that's it for cards I want to play this turn, at least at this phase. For purchasing units, we have the, we can build a lot of units here. The production capacity of a country is equal to its gold income per turn. And for now, we got a lot of gold income here. But actual money we have on hand is not high. We've got a pair of transports, so I'm not too concerned about bringing those in. I might want to, say, have some means of trying to control the seas. You know? Maybe. Seems like it could be important. Seas like it could be important. 11, 22, 32. We get that at a discount due to how that's working there. It's 32 of my 52 bucks. We'll give it a try. Then I think I want a pair of hunters. I think that's going to be it for me this turn. We'll grab a grenadier and we'll grab a trooper. We'll grab 3 troopers. Well, I'm not looking for guidance anyway. In playing this video game. For those spoilers, no backseating stuff. If I wanted that, I could just look for it online. Like, what would be the point of me having gone through all the research that I did on my own time and revealing the results when I could just go look them up instead? No. All right, I think that's going to be it for the turn. We've spent the war cash. We're trying to invade this neutral thing, scoop it up, put the money in the bag. And I don't think I want to move out my transports who only have one move. If I'm going to do like an invasion, I want to be able to just, whoop, there I am. Let's go. Perhaps when I can sling the ironclads around. That's 2 ironclads there. Another 2 there with the juggernaut. That's another juggernaut there and 2 more ironclads. Play some cards. Carthan increases revenue there. Sabotages units over there. Move some shit around. I cannot adjust the speed of how quickly they move units on the war board. A lot of research gets banged out. Some manufacturings of things. And by the way, that's the 3rd sibling, Farron, that I didn't even like look at, like province over there. As we all fight and vie, go for dominion over this board, I guess. Emperor to be wed. Hopeful princesses flock to the Raven. Claudella artwork safe in museums. Fire hazards a reality, says Yorick. All quiet on the front. Dragon's fireball's so powerful he might just blow himself up, Dragon Expert says.
They are here, Commander. The fairest maidens to be found. Here in the hope you will take their hand in marriage. Gathered aboard are Lady Lohanna of the Elves, Lady Ida of the Dwarves, Lady Camilla of the Lizards, and Lady Ophelia of the Undead. Godspeed, Commander. I wish you the best of luck.
How do I make my decision? Do I tell her directly?
Heavens no, we wouldn't want to make a scene. The rejected princesses will be disappointed, and their counselors furious. No, once you have made your choice, inform me of it in confidence, and simply be about your business. I will take care of the rest.
So no imp princess, then?
There was an incident. Best not to mention it.
What about a human wife?
That would have been politically inopportune, Commander. Don't tell me you take after Edmund, and dislike anyone who is not of your own species. Any of these princesses will make for a loving wife, and bring you great prosperity.
Alright, I guess I'll take my fucking leave. Even though, yeah, loving wife, all he cares about is the political gain. Thanks, Maxis. We're not allowed to interact with this map. We have to choose which princess we'd like to marry first. There is no, like, have the princesses on board, and we hang out with them and do events. No, chat room. We're getting married right now. Well, that wouldn't continue the bloodline, do care. Gotta get married. I think Maxis is here, like, when I tell him my decision.
All this lovey-dovey stuff is wasted on me, Commander. But you go ahead and see who takes your fancy. Elf, dwarf, lizard, undead. They are all represented.
All represented, huh? Where's my imp princess?
It shall be my honor.
Teach me the ways of the dragon. We already learned some ways. 8 gold a turn. 4 beaks. Hey, buds.
Jingling bells, my lord. The ship is full of youthful beauty. A singing ship, a wise old wizard, 4 princesses. It's like a fairy tale in here. No imp, though.
Oh dear, oh dear. A ravishing imp princess was on her way to the Raven, Commander. But she and her chambermaids were playing hide-and-seek the lit fuse aboard her transport ship. And, well, they didn't find it in time. Poor girl. Died a true imp's death, though. Blasted to smithereens, fireworks in the sky. I'm happy for her, really.
So that's why we don't have an imp princess. Storyline-wise, she fucking blew up. A true imp's death.
Shopping for a spouse, are we, Commander? I wonder what the return policy on these princesses is. No refund after they've been used?
What the fuck, Edmund? You've cracked the seal. Fuck off. Fuck. This motherfucker.
You dragons sure have a nice time of it, Commander. Who's it gonna be? That elf girl is cute. I mean, you know, not that I've been really looking.
This is all too disgraceful. Parading these women around like prize cattle. Whatever happened to marrying for love? What happened to respect? Outrageous.
Listen, I don't know how things were done in your country where you were queen. But considering how your nation fell to ruin and you're a general under me, doesn't sound like it went too great.
I envy you, Commander. You 4 women here begging to make her yours. Bloody hell. I wish I were a dragon knight.
This is one of the screenshots on the store page. I'm pretty sure. All right. Let's go on to Love Connection. We've seen, like, narrow snapshots of them, too, when, like, event bits have popped up, like when we did Equal Wages. There was a lot of figures there, and, you know, like, some of them were our princesses. It's like a different angle of our throne room. And, well, here we are, chat room. Let's go from left to right.
The 7 have graced you, Commander. For today they bring before you Ophelia, daughter of Everking, sovereign of the Skeleton Spire. A more splendid princess is not to be found. Marry her, and the gods themselves will bless your union.
Tell me, Ophelia, it seems the gods would bless our marriage. Would you?
Go on, girl. Don't be shy. Answer the dragon.
Oh no! Yorick is just like this overwhelming fucking Shakespearean, just scenery-chewing Brian Blessed, total ham, just consuming like all the oxygen around him, right? And the potential bride-to-be is overwhelmed.
My lord and emperor, I stand here before you because I was bid to, and thereby was I blessed. I am not worthy of your love, but should you choose to honor me with marriage, I should take it as a sign the 7 still savor my soul, and it will be my unwavering endeavor to earn the trust and affection you would bestow upon me. Grace be unto the gods and unto you, my sire and king.
I just had a Nezga from Vampire the Masquerade Redemption pop in my head. It's not the same voice actress. Just the mannerisms. The way of speaking. A Nezga.
Well said, my dear. That settles it, does it not, Commander? How can any man even contemplate the hand of another woman when he has met fair Ophelia?
Dwarf having a great time back there.
The 7
and
go.
Clicking on either of them results in that. All right, just wanted to check that. Let's go on to away from Yorick and Ophelia, huh? To Sir Falstaff, Silvervein, and Ida.
It's your lucky day, Commander, for I have with me the famed beauty Ida, Princess of Hammerdale. Dwarves have come a-courting her from each part of the realm, clad in solid golden belts, beset with diamonds, wielding axes so sharp they can cleave rock. bold warriors that alone could face an army, but none has laid claim to that purest of rubies that is her heart.
I gotta give it to Silvervein, and I don't give him much. Good salesman, right? Axe is so sharp they can cleave rocks. None is laying claim to that purest of rubies that is her heart. What the fucking glasses there? Just fucking like these gold spectacles, the shades. Yeah, they're not spectacles, they are shades. She is here to make money, I guess. Fucking here to run the books.
All right, Falstaff, put a sock in it. I'd rather see you drink than drivel. So unbecoming of a dwarf.
Yes, well, there you have it, Commander. Lady Ida. To her very good health, I say, and your future happiness. I'm sure it'll be a blissful union.
He sounds convinced. A blissful union. Would you agree, Ida?
Why, yes, my little dandelion. What woman in her right mind wouldn't want to marry an emperor? 'Tis a right treat that you're not so bad looking either.
She just winked.
But power, my lad. That is why we do it. The power of the dragon.
Ah, dragons get all the princesses, chat room. Damn. Well, from her fucking golden shades to her cleavage window to her fishnet stockings.
Me? I do have a few personal stakes in this as well, though. My father, see, may the plague wither his pecker, is a right old rotter whose company I'm desperate to escape. Put a wedding ring on my finger, and your ship'll be my home. I'm sure we'll get on like two pups a play.
And you know, she has really Henry's way of putting thoughts to words, chat room. My father, see, may the plague wither his pecker. I don't think I've seriously used the word pecker since 12. Like, in the context of penis. We'll just call that, cultural differences. Well, we have Ophelia, we have Ida. They are definitely different. Let's move on to Prospera with Camilla.
What a strange day this must be for you, Commander. Having to receive princesses who are strangers to you and choose which one of them you would spend your life with.
Strange for the princesses themselves, too, Prospera. For they are put on display like cows on the market. And I am not a cow, kind sir. I am Camilla, a princess, rather reluctant to take part in this charade, but willing to do so for the benefit of all lizards.
I'm getting like Asari vibes here. You know, Mass Effect Asari. Still, you do so voluntarily, don't you? You'd like to marry me, yes?
To be perfectly frank, I don't know if I really do.
Your Highness, please forgive her, Commander. Nerves, you see.
One, there is nothing to forgive, and two, I am calm as a frozen lake, so hold your tongue, Counselor. Now then, let me elaborate. Unlike those other girls I've seen shipped here by their aspiring ambassadors, I am not one who spends her days in palace rooms having her nails tended to. I've studied law and am now Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of my native land.
What the fuck? Why the fuck were you sent here? Well, we are fresh out of unmarried princesses. I guess we gotta send the one who's the Chief Justice of the Lizard Supreme Court. Do they have no one else?
I am a woman of the world, Commander, knowledgeable of matters of state. A royal marriage such as ours would constitute a political bond, not an amorous one. Though perhaps in time a reasonable amount of endearment may bloom. Wonders never cease, do they not?
I really like this particular camera angle, which just has Prospera's face. I know it's the idle animation of Prospera, but it's been great.
Lizard and dragon. It would be an advantageous union. Think on it, Commander. What ambition I have compels me to hope I will be your cow. Or should I say choice?
Okay, well, I will give it to Larian. Our caricatures are different. Yeah, all right. All right. Well, let's go here with Oberon and Lohanna.
Come on, up you stand, back straight, chin high. The commander is here.
With, all right, I see we care about our straps in this household.
No, you are not daydreaming, Commander. This is not a mirage that would trick your eyes. This unearthly beauty is real, and her name is Lohanna, Princess of all Elves, the fairest fruit ever plucked from our Green Mother's world tree. I'll give you a moment to compose yourself, for not many can gaze upon her and be undaunted by the sight of purity perfected.
She has literally never looked at us once, chat room. I'm a level with you, Oberon. I haven't heard her say a single, huh? Ah! She seems disengaged from this interaction, Oberon. I'm gonna be real with you. Is she on the Drudenai? As the straps just whoop right off. And what reason does perfection have to be here today?
The best reason of all. Love. Or so I hope. I have heard of your deeds and seen your portrait. Ever since, I admit I've been quite smitten with you. And when news of impending nuptials reached my dainty ears, I made certain Oberon would move mountains to ensure I'd get a chance to meet you.
Well, wasn't that intense? Got another situation where I'm wanting to like press middle mouse button like it's a Renpy engine game to just make the text disappear so that we could behold all of their outfits.
I know the very idea of love is often met with sardonic laughter in royal circles, where it is derided as a pleasantry that peasants may indulge in. But I would not have it so. Let love be your reason too, O dragon, should you contemplate our union. If not, I think I'd rather not be chosen.
Now, dear, don't put the commander on the spot. He's already head over heels in love with you, no doubt, as are all who have taken but a single look at you. And think of elven interests. We would have the dragon as our closest ally.
So Lohanna is like, if you love me, then want me, and we'll be together. But if you do not love me, then do not pick me. And Oberon's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Let's not be unreasonable here. Okay. I will also reflect on, like, I thought of this earlier. Like, I was looking at, full bodies, and that included feet. Undead skeletons being what they are, perhaps no footwear. Lizard, anthropomorphized lizards being what they are, perhaps no footwear. Don't worry, Ida's got that taken care of. Lohanna? Yeah, barefoot. I've walked around barefoot before, but I gotta say, there is some real risk involved. Risk. It's not a decision I make lightly these days. Now, when I was in college, sometimes I would just, walk to class barefoot. Really had to sell the, and in my pajamas, sometimes you just really had to sell the appearance, right? The aesthetic. Of, man, the night I had last night. Huh. Yeah. Which one of these princes do you think blew up the goblins? I genuinely believe it is safe to assume the imps are responsible for blowing themselves up. I think it's very safe to say that. It just fits in so much with them that no one has to sabotage them. Perfectly capable of doing that themselves. So, Empire overview-wise, the dwarves with our choices have fallen by the wayside. We have not been with them, and Falstaff is speaking for them, and this is popularity across the board with them, not just Falstaff. Undead have, hardly a man, scoffs the dwarf, have been up and down. But we are very uppies with elves, imps, and lizards. Now, of course, there is no imp princess on board. So, we've had time to meet all four of them, and we've got to marry one before I get to the fucking board game. And this is not one that gets automatically chosen. This is one that's chosen. So, I guess what we're going to do here is I'm going to enable a poll. And I'm going to set this for 10 minutes. And I am going to allow compulsion loops to be spent on this. Because it's a dowry, right? It should be a popularity contest. Which bride do we marry? Ophelia, undead. Ida, dwarf. Camilla, lizard. And then Lohana, elf. I almost never allow for channel points to be spent during these. I can't remember the last time I did, but it just makes too much damn sense. Here's your Twitch poll, which lasts for 10 minutes. I'm going to be taking a break during this. 1,000 extra loops have to be spent per vote. Who is the most popular? Who gets the best dowry? Who will influence the story? This is your chance. I'm taking my break now. I'll see you later. Good luck. Congratulations to the winner in advance. This is right before I got off the chair on Sable Deus. I would say yes, but they have not been specified in any way. Also, oh my god, the spending is going big. Okay, I'm taking my break. Certainly each of them are going to have their own events and reactions to those events. Anyway, for real now, I'm stepping away. Oh my god. I'm pretty sure, I'm almost certain I properly registered each extra vote as 1,000 compulsion loops. Which I think just goes to inform me how little I've given people, how few options I've provided for people to spin compulsion loops. Particularly with all of the broadcasts I have done this year. I phased out Harlan Ellison's Am Redemption due to all the reading I was doing during some of the broadcasts. There's no VIP or die right now for like rolling for like VIP stuff. We had a huge redeem that Mio slammed down to try and get a Pizza Express Steam serial key that expired, so it was 100,000. I renamed the pizzeria and Pizza Express after Mio, but we only ever did end up doing one broadcast of that. It was too unpopular. And Severus did a redeem to be a pet in A Date with Death. Yeah, I'm letting this play out all the way. Who knows? I cannot recall if I've done it, or if I have when the last time I would have done it is allowed folks to spend for the vote. So, this is your opportunity to see the story. Let me catch up with chat here. Yeah, the elf had a total of 11 votes. Just... did not go anywhere. It is currently tense between the dwarf and lizard. Ophelia, as the undead representative, is the princess is too far away. Reading through the chat backlog that I missed. And, it just makes sense, All these compulsion loops are being spent as dowry, right? Just tithe and tribute to the Dragon Emperor. Okay, folks who have lurked in the shadows and waited toward near the end. It's back to action between Ida and Camilla. Are we gonna have our slick, cool shades? Fishnet stockings? Wants my money and I'm not a bad looker? Either, Dwarven Princess? Or I was Chief Justice of the Supreme Court in my homeland. This cow show is incredibly stupid. Why the fuck am I here anyway? Maybe we'll like each other later on. Lizard Princess. It is a pity that we'll only get to see the person who spent the most channel points at the end of all of this. We won't get to see the person we won't get to see everyone who laid down channel points. Just about here at the end. And Camilla took this out of reach, it looks like. The biggest spenders. Mio! It is Mio! Who spent so many on getting that damn Pizza Express cereal key that didn't pan out and got the Pizza Express thing named after them, which only lasted for a session. Fuck yeah, let me put that screenshot on the stream. That fades pretty quick, and I want to be able to preserve that one. Hell yes. Hell yes. Love to see that. $339,000 channel points. Awesome. Just want to soak that in. Maybe the real Pizza Express was the lizard we married along the way. Yeah. And it's not like the losers get a refund on their channel points. They spent big and walk away with nothing. They walk away with nothing. All that consumed, all those compulsion loops, those damn channel points they have been hoarding, gone. Like in the wind for those 10 minutes of excitement. Because it's the Chief Justice of the Lizard Supreme Court who's being ousted from her position that takes the throne here. Shit. They made poor life choices and get nothing. Yeah. Yeah, so Camilla with 41%, Ida with 38%, Ophelia fell behind at 19%, and Loana got some pity. As a reminder, Ophelia, super shy. Loana, marry me for love or not at all. Ida, like, listen, man, I went out of my shitty situation with my dad, and you're not bad looking either. Camilla, like, I don't really want to fucking be here, but I'm doing what I must for my people. I'm a big fucking deal where I come from. You're trying to get a tie too? that would have been something to have managed a tie in this. Would that have ended the broadcast on the spot? It might have. Would I have done a runoff vote between the two of them where more channel points got spent? That's a far more likely outcome. Yeah, Tangle, I would really like to see like all the data from this. All right. Our votes are in. Our winner is at hand. I don't know at what point future Grimith is gonna, cut out stuff so that VOD watchers after the fact won't sit through all that. Anyway. Camilla! Ding, 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 ding. Of the lizards. Just gonna go tell Maxis my decision.
All this lovey-dovey stuff is waste. Wonderful. Who is the lucky lady?
Lizard Princess Camilla.
A special lady, isn't she? Gifted with great intellect, like many of her kind, and just as headstrong.
Special lady, isn't she?
Allow me to be the first to heartily congratulate you, Commander. I will make discreet arrangements for her stay and the departure of the others. All will have been taken care of when you return from the battlefield.
Great. We can't go back to the throne room. Our choice has been made. Maxis is going to handle everything behind the scenes. We got this region. Of course, the dwarves hate us, so, we're not actually getting a whole lot of money out of this. It was worth so much more until, well, this situation. That's okay. Ironclads have... Actually, we're gonna use some time here to have an eye of various troop maneuverings. Looks like the result of the money situation here that I forced. I have so many cards. They're just channel points. They're just channel points. There will be more channel points. Transport's still hanging out over here. I'm the only one who has directly taken a region. It's a dwarf one, so it's not that valuable for me, but we took it. We got some troops here. We got ourselves a free transport. I probably leave some stuff behind. Hell, I could just build new stuff. It has a war factory here. Huh. Okay. Yeah. I could haul this stuff off of here. And we could take it somewhere else, you know? Somewhere else. Sure, why don't we do that? I'm bringing in more people than I do need to take these places, but we'll get them all the same. Make hay while the sun is shining, right? There we go. So I want to build some defenses here. Some troops. So we're going to do that. To be where I build things. Oop, didn't mean to do that. Take it back. All naval units can be produced at a 50% discount. Ah, alas and alack. I think this revenue was being buffed. I thought it was being buffed for 2 turns. No, it was being buffed for 1 turn. I played the 1-turn one and thought I played the 2-turn one. Well, whatever. We'll play it here. That'll help. Get some extra money in. Maybe the card lied to me. I can't say. There are 5 ironclads there? All of them were united together? That could be a problem for me. Yeah, that could be a problem for me. I think I need to think harder about how I'm going to take over the seas, yeah? But it doesn't look like there's anything here blocking me, so I don't have to move much over. What do they have here? They don't have just some armor and 2 hunters. Okay, so I don't have to bring a hunter then. Why don't we'll take a pair of transports. A pair of troopers. It took both of my No, I don't know how to read. It's fine. It's fine. I don't know how to read. It's fine. Everything happened as I wanted. It's fine. This is my capital, of course, so if I lose it, I'm in a real pickle. Real bind. I don't want to lose it, which is why I'm being hesitant with what I move off here. I think I want to go after this region next. Just looking at things, you know, evaluating circumstances and situations. So let's do that. Give me a hunter? Because I want to have a hunter milling about here. There. And you can just give me 1 trooper. And you should be able to hit here fine, just fine. Looks at province. That looks like it. Unload. Make sure we unload. That way we can grab the Grenadier, 2 troopers in that war factory. And the imps do like us more than the doors do. I just wanted to take this. Because it was worth a lot, and I wanted to make sure that the kids had to fight for it. Speaking of which, I should probably put some stuff on here. Enough to stall or delay any potential invasion. Invasions and enemy cards. Let's build. It's going to be 2 troops. That'll be a cost of 5. I think I build 1 at a time, so I pay 2 and 2. Because I'm the hugest brain. I don't make a whole lot of gold here a turn, so I can't. My production capacity is so low. It was default 8, but again, they hate me. And I want to spend some more money getting things here. I got plenty of troops here. How much do ironclads cost before I play the card? Let's play the card. All naval units can be produced at a 50% discount. I get 3 of them again. Yeah, it takes me up to 6 ironclads. Spends all of my money. I think that's worth doing. Given that my capital is here on an island, it seems important. It seems prudent in some way or fashion to try, you know. be able to have some sort of naval presence. At least my understanding of video games tells me this. Is it incorrect? We'll find out together as a family. Let's go. As they navally invade me and... Well, I mean, I got a lot of troopers and hunters here. If they did somehow find a way to do that, I feel like I could stall for time. A whole lot of population there. Emperor Mary's wedding to be held aboard Raven command ship. Imp Princess dies during hide-and-seek the lit fuse game. Ministry of Education demands nationwide ban. It's just in. Dragons apparently hibernate. What's up?
Congratulations, my lord. Happy days, eh? Oh, but don't you worry. I haven't been sipping sparkle wine and eating wedding cake, no. Researching, engineering, those have been my occupations.
Glad to hear it, Grumio. Appreciate you partaking in festivities, as you have been able. Good man, good man, good man. Maxus is not here. Guess we're gonna have a wedding, huh? Guess we're gonna have a wedding. I might save the 19. Might save the 19. Beakers. Anyone hanging out at the bar? No. It is the throne room. Ah, marriage. Sweet marriage. Chief Justice marriage. Hey. Hey, everyone.
Shell-shocking catapults, Commander. What a pity it is you never got to meet pretty Princess Pyra.
Of course her name is Pyra.
And now what? You're married to a creature that, from the looks of it, belongs in a terrarium instead of a command ship. No, I don't envy you, Commander. Verily, I don't.
You're a married man now, Commander. But I bemoan your choice. An alliance with the dwarves would have made you rich, fabulously wealthy. And what have you now?
Silvervein trying to impress upon you all the huge tracts of land, chat room.
A lizard like a bloody stalactite, that's what. Cold to the touch, and just about as likely to say a kind word.
Just see flashes, of course, to Hawker. He's haunting you, Ariara.
Poor Lady Lohanna left this ship in tears when she heard you wouldn't marry her, Commander. And 'tis well that she cries. How you could have chosen that frigid reptile over her is quite beyond me. You'll rue the day. And soon, too.
Alas that the Seven have struck you with blindness and loss of reason, Commander. For that is the only justification for your choosing another over Lady Ophelia.
God's will it, Yorick. God's will it.
Bound to be miserable is your marriage to Lizard Trollop Camilla, for it is devoid of godly grace.
Lizard Trollop? Damn, Yorick. Damn.
Bravo, Commander. It's not hard to make a choice when there is but one valid option, but I salute you all the same. Lady Camilla is a woman of rare refinement, with a mind almost as keen as my own. One lucky dragon you are.
No surprise, Edmund approves.
So the slave market is closed, and you've made your pick from among 4 serfs, whether she was willing or not. Here's hoping Lady Camilla won't let you walk all over her. But from what I've seen, you're the one that should be worried, actually.
So you got hitched, did you, Commander? Hear, hear. Camilla is the one, then. Ever heard of the expression, cold as a witch's teat? Let's hope that's just wordplay, eh?
Congratulations, Commander. Camilla didn't seem to quite welcome the hug I gave her, nor the shot of rye to her health, but she'll come around. I'm not one to back down.
What's up?
Commander, we all rejoice at your safe return. I am here with your princess, your wife-to-be. and shall now proceed with the wedding ceremony.
She's your queen to be.
It is here on this ship where conquest is charted and strategy surveyed that you shall pledge your vows. Symbolic, I hope, that love may yet conquer war. Our commander and emperor has sworn his devotion by the very act of choosing you, exalted lady, over all others. Only you must now avow your allegiance and dedication, if it pleases. Lady Camilla, do you take the dragon to be your husband, to love and cherish now and forever?
Why, yes, I suppose I do.
Then by the grace of the Almighty Seven, I now pronounce you man and wife. May joy and prosperity be your constant companions. Go forth, be merry, and make merry. Blessed be the both of you.
Blessed be, chat room. Blessed be, Maxos.
Though it was politics that sparked your union, I hope passion may yet set it truly aflame.
I may marry Princess. I suppose I could have talked possibly with Prospera and Camilla before the wedding. Didn't know that. Suppose I could load a save. Ah.
Lady Camilla can be a bit frosty in her demeanor, but I have no doubt in my mind she'll grow quite fond of you in time. Whether or not love will bloom, though, we have forged an alliance. Dragon and lizards. And that transcends marriage. Where we were alike in countenance, we are now in comport as well. Bred from the same egg, as it were. You make us proud, Commander.
I'm gonna level with you. I'm starting to wonder if I ever want this game to win another Discord viewer poll. Maybe we just have all the channel points set ablaze, and we never come back to this.
Poor Lady Lohanna. How?
All right. We have the Queen's quarters now. Cool.
So the slave market...
All right, they all got the same shit to say. All right, I guess I'll go to my quarters. Sup? That's her. That's the Queen. This happened.
Yes, this room will suffice. Not too stuffy, not too sunny. A fine study it will make where I can quietly contemplate my court cases. And bask in marital bliss, of course.
Good, I'm glad you still get to be Chief Justice. I'm glad we didn't take away your ambitions.
I do hope you haven't too big an appetite when it comes to matters of love. I myself am little so afflicted or indeed inclined. If the need takes you, don't hesitate to adopt a mistress. There's bound to be some service girls around here only too happy to delight the dragon with their coital talents. No, if something stirs my passion, it is the law above all else. Tomfoolery I leave to tomcats.
All right, chat room. Mistresses are on the table. Imp mistress, imp concubine, let's go. Imp concubines, let's go.
Now then, to read through last week's transcripts. I'll see you later. Maybe we can have a spot of dinner together? Marriage is a happy occasion after all, and demands some sort of formal celebration. That is the custom, is it not?
Well, you have fun, Bookworm. I'm gonna go kill some motherfuckers now, I guess. So, we made moves. We took shit. Literally, took shit. That seems good. Saw Green Sabille take stuff. And we've seen Farron take stuff. What you doing back here, bud? You just hanging out? Naval invasions like thwarting you? You not know how to get the fuck off this island? Well, let me tell you what. With 6 hunters, 6 troopers, 4 armor, and 7 grenadiers, and 2 devastators, I'm not getting the fuck on that island. It's yours, my friend. Bombs, rope, lamp oil. No, that's your island. You keep that one. You get to have it. What do you mean, did this get any better? I don't understand your question. Like, seeing as how I don't know how you feel about the game, because I don't share, like, how you feel about the game, because we're not mind-linked, I don't know how to answer your question, because I don't know all of your predilections and preferences. We're not married to each other. You're not my lizard queen, so I don't know. I guess sit around and find out. Or don't. All right. Let's think here. Sit down in my thinking chair. Two juggernauts and an ironclad there. Got my troops over here. I would like to take an armor and a hunter off of this island, along with the trooper. What is that? That's an ironclad. Okay. Maybe I go this way then? Leave the island be. You separated like this. I don't know how possible naval confrontations at sea work. I don't even know if they do work, if it just has to be on land territory. So I guess we'll find out together as a family. Discoveries, we'll call this one. Hey, if I just, want to control this tile, you good with that? Maybe I don't want to control that tile. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's good. Oh, it still held the piece. Interesting. Fascinating. Okay. Damn it, I did it again. We good? We're good. All right. Yeah, let's take off, take one of you. Take one of you. Take one of you. We'll go after this island. I do believe. Give me a trooper to take this. Give me... I could, run the hunter over here to take this. I can send you both to try and take that. We'll see if I end up getting some situation here. And I don't have to think about holding all of this. Like, my goal doesn't have to be hold every single thing I take, but I get the neutral units that are there if I'm able to take something. So just consume, and we'll go from there. I played a video game before. I don't know if I want to completely ditch these things I am taking, though. Because, I want to leave something behind to defend places as I go. That's my thing. Like, if I take so much stuff, I can be dragged into too many battles, and I can only be present at one battle. The struggle. Well, struggles happen. Let's scroll over here, because I'm thinking about this. I'm thinking about this. Thinking about them juggernauts. That's how ironclads are described. Use this unit to effectively take out enemy transports when you are on the board of activity. All right. Let's... What kind of presence do you have? Like, that's from Green? That's so far away. What Green's doing? Why don't we send 2 ironclads over here? And here with this transport, send the transport over here. That's legal. Good. We'll land there. Take ourselves some more territory. We don't have to hold all this. I'm going to take 1 trooper with me here. And I'm going to send you out this way to take that. The other transport, I think I don't do anything with here, right now. Do I care about taking this with the war factory right there? It's just a matter of who I might be in position to actually try and eliminate, yeah? Depending on, like, troop placement, situations, trying not to get myself dragged into battles, multiple devastators, that could really be a problem for me. Do I actually want to get into fights with people? Remind me what the hell devastator units are, how deep those are into the tree, what the hell they do. Behemoths fire massive destructive target charges over great distances. Heavy ground units with speed 2 that are strong against ground units, sea units, and buildings, but they're weak against air units. Okie dokie. Let's discover some stuff. All right. So you're going to stay there. We're moving there with just 1 person. We'll see what happens there. Blue still has transports over here. They're not doing much of anything. And all the units that are built over here, it could just be that the bots in this game have a real problem executing like naval invasions on a grand scale. I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. We'll keep these 4 ironclads back here in case of, you know, things, circumstances. I sailed over there. No, I can't reach that with my 4 ironclads. It's too far. This island with the transports is too far. Okay. Since I know that me clicking retreat doesn't save units, at least it didn't save that transport earlier. I'm glad we did research on that. I'm less inclined to run myself up super far if it means like, oh, I got nothing. Let's send both units of armor up here. Okay, I'll leave that with the, maybe shift the transport over. Maybe shift it back to the capital. There we go. Four ironclads. Plenty of sea power. Oh god! Oh no, what have I done? That actually resized the game window. Huh. That's weird as hell. It didn't show like any arrow there available. I can fix this. I can definitely fix this without relaunching the game. I definitely got this. I 100% got this. This is... Oh. Just, give me video settings. Select this resolution again. Okay, select a different resolution. Give me that one. All right. No, OBS Dark. I would not attempt to flicker something onto full screen then back out in window while broadcasting with OBS. Down that path can lead to crashes. Isn't that right, Akazar? Okay, where was I? Whole lot of board game, war game maneuvering around. My war factories are in these locations. I think I want to build units here. And I think I'm going to move this transport back here, because I don't want to leave this much here. I guess I'll just leave the hunter. Maybe I'll just leave an armor. Yeah, and we'll build stuff here. I don't like the notion of fighting all three of them at once. There needs to be like a front I just don't advance on. But here we are. We live here now. It's our home. Maybe I can just like keep this. And like be willing to concede this. I'm just here for the troopers, man. I'm just here for the troopers. With my 2 troopers and grenadier. And we'll see what kind of pushback I get. Dragon? Maybe dragon. Maybe dragon has to solve that problem. Alright, let's buy some units. The prices are all cheaper thanks to conscription. No. I'm a monitor person. All this stuff happens in windowed mode when I broadcast. Alright, give me 2 of those. Give me a grenadier, I think. Yeah, give me a grenadier. Based on where I'm floating out here. At 11.2. Alright. I still have some cash on hand as well. But I think I'm willing to keep it on hand. Obviously, if this gets evaded, I'm not going to be able to do shit. Whereas this, I feel like this is enough time for me to, stall for Durgan. And this is more valuable to, say, blue than it is to me. I'm reducing the value here tremendously, as I don't have much support there at all. The dwarves hate me. They fucking hate me! Look at us making moves. If I save the money, I could do stuff here. Am I confident I'll be allowed to do that? Not really, but let's save the money. Maybe we'll get a nifty discount card next turn. Let's go. Squints at Frostburg. Green, definitely doing a lot. Hello. How's it going? Greetings. How about Yeller? Hello. Okay, we have 2 potential battles this turn. Actually, we have 4 potential battles this turn. Our first battle, I guess we'll flip through them one at a time on the screen. We look at this. This does work out. Transports, it can be engaged by ironclads like this, so this fight is just over. Like, it's done. Alright, I did not know that mechanic, for sure. Good thing we tested that out. This is just a straight-up victory for us. Not gonna bother sending, like, anyone, I don't think. I think, like, we got that one. Yeah, we got that one. Rest in peace, transport. Now I know. We learned. Cool. Then we have this confrontation here, where we sent the transport, and my ironclads, which I thought I had sent to this island, aren't able to get involved due to the location and positioning of things, which It's like the ironclads are right on the island, but, I thought that had enough... Whatever. Alright. Well, blue gets this one. There goes another transport for me. No unstable days. You only get to show up for one fight. Everything else gets auto-resolved. One fight a turn. which is going to be this fight. General's not available to lead in this situation anyway, by the looks of things. Do I want to play any cards for this one? I don't think that's necessary, no. They have 3 trooper units. I have 9 trooper units. We each have a transport. I don't think it's going to be necessary. Okay, well, thank you for filling up my abilities. Thank you for default, meaning like I'll just fill it out. No, it's fine. Cool, great. Give me my acid blaze back. Okay, cool. It's already there. Now let's load up on my passives. That leaves me with 3 other spots to play around with. So I guess we'll say I don't want to do single target things. I'm a fucking dragon. I'm busy. We'll do a roar. And yeah, I'll just do a roar. We'll just leave the other 2 spots open. Save that loadout. Yeah, but the transports can be engaged, not like... Yeah, the transports can be engaged when they're, like, you know, disembarking troops, but the ironclads apparently have to be out in the water in those particular zones. I don't know how I would know which water zone like, how would I know that transport was going to be thrown into that water zone, right? And instead of one of the other ones adjacent to the island. One of those situations where I don't have an answer just playing the video game. I'm temporarily slowing things down here so I can process a little bit. It's been a little bit.
Construction in progress. We're out of recruits, Commander.
All right, I finished processing.
Let's get this dance of death started. The Emperor shows us the way. Troopers awaiting your decision, sire.
Start with a troop advantage, you know, per chance I could just fling it right at their faces and achieve all my dreams and results.
Let's get this dance of death started. We'll crush them one leg at a time. Battle forge completed. Anything for the Empire.
Note the time it takes to conquest things.
Pay me in blood. No one defies the will of the Emperor. Troopers awaiting your decision, sire. The Emperor shows us the way.
All right, give me...
The enemy can build troopers now.
They sure can. Mutually assured destruction? Mutually assured destruction.
The Emperor shows us the way. Is that a tree? Well, not anymore. Enemy troopers can now capture our buildings. It'll be built in a jiffy. Let's get this dance of death started. We'll crush them one leg at a time. I will stand until my last breath. We'll crush them one leg at a time. Is that a tree? Well, not anymore.
My unit's stuck there. That's awkward as hell and not actually getting firing off. I was hoping to really focus fire.
We'll crush them one leg at a time.
There is no juking shots by the looks of things. All right, cool.
Anything for the Empire. There is no reason to doubt your insight, sir.
Good. Glad we feel that there's no reason to doubt my fucking insight. Let's put you here, and
Unit will soon be ready. Unit is being manufactured, Commander.
I've had enough. I heal my units as a dragon achievement. Hell yeah.
The Emperor's enemy is my enemy. We're under attack.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What the hell is this?
Destiny. That's impossible, Commander. Reinforcements
Like an
requested.
over-aggressive fucker?
Being manufactured, Commander.
That's what I get for not telling you to hold position. Stop it.
Trooper ready to march. We'll crush them one leg at a time.
You. Go conquer this stuff.
And wealth. The Emperor shows us the way. Troopers awaiting your decision, sire.
We don't need to conquer all this stuff, but fuck it, conquer all this stuff.
But we will hold our ground. I will stand until my last breath. I will crush their bones. Troopers awaiting
Hey,
your
you
decision,
guys are
sire.
troopers, man.
Troopers awaiting your decision, sire.
Conquer that.
Catch can. Anything for the Empire. Pay me in blood.
So yeah, the odds were in my favor coming into this fight. That's before even factoring in the fact that I'm a fucking dragon, you know?
Crush them one leg at a time. Pay me in blood. Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander. Unit is being manufactured, Commander. Your
That should be
unit
good
will
enough.
soon be ready.
We don't even have like any like war factories for stuff done. This is enemy hunter. Okay. Look at all these troopers gathered up next to each other. Yeah. So I feel like I was cheated out of a transport. I'll try to get over it, you know.
Trooper ready to march.
Oh, I see. That makes sense. That they would build hunters out of that. Damn, I overheated.
Enemy grenadiers have been issued with imp binoculars. Trooper ready to march. Warlock ready for action.
Right, just not gonna bother capturing these buildings. Let's just get the job done here. Get out of dragon form. It's easier for me to control this way.
Is that a tree? Well, not anymore.
Just go ahead and clean that up.
Anything for the Empire.
Hey, why don't you just capture that one, bud?
We're under attack, but we will hold our ground. The Emperor shows us the way.
Yeah, I do show you the way. We don't need to use our crazy abilities to, like, capture other structures. This is my region. Get the hell out of here. As I overheat. There you go. There's more real-time strategy combat as a treat. Of me being a dragon. That's mine. Thank you. Lizard Princess won Emperor's heart. Lady Camilla nicknamed the promiscuous princess, anonymous sources claim. Lizards are maxed out on their popularity. Dwarves have fallen to 15. Everyone else fell a little bit. The Emperor Mastermind amazes again. I thought it was merely a drill exercise. Phew. Emperor's dark secrets and white lies. Received a dowry of 15 gold and 30 research points have been added.
Commander, there's something very important I'd like to talk to you about. I know I've been evasive about the demon, the creature I called the heart of the ship. But I think the time has come to tell you more. You, after all, are the dragon. Yours should be the prerogative of knowing more than anyone else aboard this vessel, or indeed the realm.
Yeah, okay, Raiden. Sure. Uh-huh.
Corvus is his name. Raven in the ancient language. He is at the same time our greatest ally and our greatest foe. For it is from his antediluvian psyche that I wrestle many of the incredible powers Grumio and I make real. But it is he who also provided your siblings with like technologies, and does so still through dream walking. This diabolical being, then, who holds our key to victory, but would much rather unbolt the door of defeat, desires to address the dragon. He has wanted to do so from the beginning. And though I had rather you'd never meet this thing of insidious evil, I recognize such is not my decision to make. So find me in my study, and I will show you how to find Corvus. I realize, my friend, this revelation of mine must leave you with more questions than answers. So, in the royal chamber, where reigns the precious presence of privacy, I shall answer any queries you may still have, to the best of my abilities.
What the actual fuck?
Can you imagine what it would be like, Commander? To wrestle among the waves, exhausted and frozen. To find refuge on some driftwood only to be booted off by some brazen butcher. For that is what happened to one of my kind, and the dwarf that did it stands trial today.
I'm really finding it hard to give a fuck right now compared to what I just heard. So, yeah. Why are you bringing this up to me? I guess I clicked on you. This is my fault.
If I'm not mistaken, it's the Queen herself who presides over the case. Here's hoping she'll opt for the noose.
Great, we get to have this. This is our home now. This is our family. We have 78 research points. That's really swell. I like that. We'll look at the rest of that stuff later. So, I ultimately ended up not being able to execute the landing. My transport, which I thought I had put on the island and then disembarked, instead fell short. So I wasn't able to throw the troops out. So I lost that stuff. I guess I did have the engagement. Or was it here? Well, whatever the case, whatever happened, I lost it. These 3 ironclads are still here. Okay. Glad to know then that it is important for me to, I did, like, defend this stuff, and they can be attacked out there. Okay, maybe they would, maybe they wouldn't, dude. Like, there was another third fight there, and we didn't actually play the fight out. Like, what do you know about this video game, eh? And if you did actually know the answer, then that would be bad for you to say the answer. But I appreciate your stalwart wisdom only being here every now and then. En temps de temps. Send another one. That's 5. That's another 3. We have the one juggernaut there, 2 juggernauts there. Okay. We've managed to conquer all of this land, though. And we did it without... I mean, we had a fight there, but we auto-resolved that one. The rest of the shit was irrelevant. So we scooped up a lot of value, like gold and research-wise. 78 research beakers? That's plenty to spend to get a bunch of wild and crazy shit that I don't know how to effectively use because I haven't really made much use of the stuff I got at the end of Chapter 1 either. So that's not a burden of pressure on me. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Alright, cool. Let's go to the Queen's quarters. This seems most prevalent to me. Sup?
My esteemed husband, I'm afraid I can't spare the time for the more frivolous facets of marriage, as I'm to preside over a court case very soon. Bit of a bizarre one, actually, but rather clear-cut. The gist of it is that a ship sank, and initially there were only 2 survivors. A dwarf and a lizard clung to some flotsam, but it too started to sink, so the dwarf kicked away his miserable companion, who quickly drowned. Self-defense thus pleads the dwarf. Cold-blooded murder thus protests the prosecution. I'm inclined to agree with the latter. Fellow's going to hang, and there's an end to it.
Okay, a harsh ruling, but a just one, I suppose. Like, alright, go continue to be the Chief Justice of the Lizard Supreme Court. I cannot care. The second one? No, Dragon Emperor. Apparently, there's Corvus, Raven. I got other shit to do.
There's no supposing about it, my dear draconic spouse. The accused is guilty, and the guilty must pay. In such beautiful simplicity, the very essence of justice lies condensed.
All right, Koge, Bookworm Queen, you continue to have your fun, or whatever it is you do. Justice.
You win some, you lose some, Commander. Don't take it too hard.
That was a bit touch and go there. To win, to lose, all in a day's work, apparently.
Yeah, we lost 2 transports. We gained a bunch of territory. Shipping around is going to be harder. It's good news, though, that we have places to build things.
Commander, could you please refrain from blowing hot and cold? Win all or lose all, but don't choose that all too tiresome middle road.
Shut the fuck up. What are you doing here?
Have you heard about this ludicrous trial, Commander? A dwarf stands accused of murder for abandoning a lizard out at sea. Ridiculous! Aren't those things supposed to be amphibious?
Hey, ask your cool scientist man friend, dude. I like, okay, goodbye. Goodbye. I want imp fighters to build in my arrow factories. That sounds fun. For other research-wise, Hunter's going to have rocket pods to shoot airborne units. Armor can deploy ground mines that automatically cloak. We can have our transport suicide. We can have our shamans paralyze targets in a Bay Area of effect. We can have warlocks bombard shit with rain of meteors. Zeppelins can deploy mustard gas. Juggernauts and bomber balloons are things we could wheel out. Ironclads can fire high-powered lasers. Hunters can teleport. Shamans can charm. Zeppelins can cloak themselves. And they act as arbiters. Okay, give me these M fighters. I'm pretty interested in those. Bye now. And we can give them iron plating to give them more hit points. I'm interested in that too. If I'm going to get them, we might as well go for them, right? And we can have them be able to bombard ground and sea targets. Sounds great. Get on board. Be with you in a second. 1 minute. Interested in some other shit right now. Be with you in a real hot minute, buddy. Just, you give me... don't you worry. I like minus 35% damage. That sounds helpful. Yeah, okay. What's up, man? Corvus? Gonna have a chat? I guess? To the demon's lair? Sounds great.
A demon I have bound, but sometimes I wonder who the true captive is. It takes my utter concentration not to be trapped by his tempting promises.
How come you know so much about all these events when you yourself were in the dark until so very recently?
Why, Corvus told me, of course. He'll tell you everything if you ask, for he relishes in the opportunity to unfold his plans, see you react when he tells you how he set in motion the ruin of the empire you gave your life for. How, in your case, he helped kill your mother. Grief, hate, anger, any emotion you betray, he'll notice and drink it in like a prize brandy.
So Corvus is a dream walker? Care to elaborate?
The term is pretty much self-descriptive, actually. You've talked to Grumio, haven't you? Well, there you go. The raven sings to him, he says. Shows him pretty miracles. That's just Corvus toying with him. Just like he toys with your brothers and sisters. The demon can't help itself. He invades people's minds and plays havoc with them. As long as he teaches useful things, though, he can be a blessing. Because that excitable imp down in the engineering bay would never have thought of something as outlandish as a jetpack, unless he saw it in a fantasy of the night. That much I can assure you.
Okay, Raiden. It's unwise I deal with him?
In a word, yes. I know the game he plays. I too have once been tempted by demonic gifts, but never have I succumbed to their attraction. He is ready to wield the greatest and most ghoulish sorcery of all, Magia Sanguinis. Foreboding words. For blood magic demands blood. Do not forget.
I'm ready to meet Corvus. I believe you could show me how.
Indeed I can. No corridor leads to the dismal vault he haunts, but enter the flames of the fireplace, and afore Corvus you shall find yourself. If you wish it. I myself, I recommend no such visit.
I'm gonna go do it.
If you so desire, Commander, but tread with care.
To hell with the devil. Meet Corvus achievement. Hey, bud.
At last we meet, Dragon Knight. Too long have I sensed your steadfast tread along my halls, like a reverberation through the spine. Too long have I heard your voice linger, like the recollection of a dream near forgotten. Too long have we been intangibly intimate without having made one another's acquaintance. I am Corvus, the Raven, the Demon. I am what makes this ship a source of inconceivable power, and unbeknownst to you, I am your greatest ally. Greater than the wizard, your generals, and your armies combined.
I'm gonna blame decades of media on this one. When I say that that accent is, giving me vampire, and my general modus operandi involving vampires is not friendship.
Today we finally look one another in the eyes. Both of us relish in the promise locked within.
What do you want of me, demon?
But to give you power so that I may have my pleasures. I suffer in this lonely place where that devilish sorcerer tears in strips my mind and takes off with shattered memories. The fragments of true potential that might have been.
Really? The artwork of this? Like, the voice is telling me Zamitzi, right? At the very least, a Dracula. The artwork is telling me fucking Xenomorph from Alien. So that's a distrust on 2 counts.
And yet I remain free in dreams, for in dreams I have dominion. Long do I sleep, roam in reverie and wander worlds of wonder, dimensions you can neither behold nor comprehend. There have I found what I shall give you, in return for the deathless soul that is life's blood.
Okay, listen, my queen is a Chief Justice of Lizard Supreme Court to help me sift through legal lore, but she's unavailable right now. What the fuck is happening here?
Dearest dragon, so rash, so impetuous. But fine, I will tell you. All I want is blood. Thick, sweet, dripping ruby blood. It nourishes me. It sustains me.
Yeah, definitely not vampire. 100% not a vampire. Uh-huh.
Give me leash to walk the dreams of your peoples. I devour them in sleep, and yours will be untold powers. Or perhaps you desire the affection of those whose benefit you need. If it is the dwarven favor you are after, for instance, I can attune their allegiance in the night. If I'm allowed to feast on the plump, bloody souls of others, that is. And if you want to taste true power, want to experience the true richness of demonic might, you will give me your wife, dragon. Render her unto me, so she may become a blood servant, and the ruthless radiance of domination will be yours.
All right, chat room, I'm gonna level with you. You know, his sales pitch was like a, that's definitely a no. That's definitely a no. And he's like, what about your wife? It's the best thing ever. You'll get the most out of it. And I'm like, that's not definitely a no. It's not, I'm not closing the door on this. You know, some folks apparently do care about morals and presentation, Corvus. And they tell me that their sensibilities have been violated.
I am beyond such petty concepts, as could you be. Think on it, dragon. Return to me when you have brushed the cobwebs from your mind. Morality is but a ball and chain. Listen to me and cut the chain.
So here's the thing, right, with these temptations. They could be 100% legit. No take-backsies. You do get what you desire. But A, that has often been not how it goes. And B, even if it is how it ends up going, you know the other guy's getting like 125% minimum. If you can walk in dreams, why do you ask my permission to feast on souls?
I am but a slave now, bound by a demon's oath to serve the one that bound me. No more than an infernal genie in a rather exceptional bottle. Give me leaves, though, and I can claw for the things I crave.
See, now you plug in the whole genie bit in. That, see, now there's plenty of stories about, you know, how what goes wrong when demons, you know, they're trapped and they're used to prison, and sometimes they're like, fuck yeah, and then other times they're like, haha. Well, that extends to genies, too. I seem to recall Might and Magic, The Dark Side of Zine, that I played through on my YouTube channel last year. First time in a long time I played through that. And, you know, you'd free some genies, and sometimes they're like, yeah, we'll give you prizes, and other times they're like, we're gonna fucking kill you. So, you know, the genie comparison might be incredibly accurate, but also is not a persuasive argument for me. You say you are my ally, but you aid the ones I fight, my very siblings?
Indeed I do. For all I desire is war. I pick no sides. I spare no creature. War, blood, dark days of death innumerable. That is what I crave. Maxos, I give nothing freely. That accursed wizard I make work for his revelations. But that fatuous imp, him I give my knowledge for free, so that he may pass it on to you. The one who will burn and battle the better for it.
So you are the vile cur that helped assassinate my mother to spark all of this war?
Yes, quite so. So ardent did this pitiful architect desire revenge that I saw my chance. He'd do anything to enact her death, even enact his own. So long we worked on that poisonous concoction, and already I could see the world through his eyes. when it was finally brewed.
Sometimes when Corvus speaks, the top teeth tremble, and I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, there's a lot going on with Corvus in front of me. You know, there's a whole lot of details. I'm just trying to capture them as I sit through this.
He slipped it into her wine, and she, naive girl, yet a dragon, drank it all. I watched on as he leant over her and inhaled deeply as she exhaled her last breath. I do believe he climaxed then and there, the twisted soul. I laughed till I wept blood.
All right, chat room. You see how I find this game to be genre defining now? How I have it, like, put this into a box of how I describe this game? What the fuck is this video game? we like, all right, so we have our board game, our turn-based board game that we're doing. And then we have our real-time strategy battles that we've been doing. Less so tonight than we did the first night. We have our political simulator, yeah, but now we dig deeper into the political simulator, and then we come up on a corruption video game. A corruption video game with this motherfucker who absolutely belongs in any corruption video game situation. Completely unapologetic. We don't know if Corvus has said everything like it is, but Corvus has said many things and has made some shit clear and offered us paths to convenience, power, temptations, in exchange for blood and dreams and my wife. My bookworm Chief Justice of Lizard's wife. Well, this has been a nice break from the game board now. I'm going to walk out of this portal. You have a good one. No parting words. Bye-bye. Okay, Maxos, what the fuck?
A demon I have bound, but sometimes I wonder who the true captive is. It takes my utter concentration not to be trapped by his tempting promises.
This is a situation where the dialogue choices fail me, because I want to go, what the fuck? Which, by the way, is my same stance as it was when he initially told me about this on the bridge, and I made the save of what the actual fuck. This isn't good enough, Raiden. So, let me see if I understand everything, Maxos. We, all of us, are on top of riding a demon you bounded with incredible technological marvels and insight, who possibly thirsts for battle and blood and war, and is handing off this knowledge to the imp for free, so that I may have new ideas for my troops to engage in battle and blood and war. But then we're gonna win the war? Eventually, and when we win the war, all of this goes away, and we destroy all the technology? You're like, that's right. Yep. What? Problem? Yes! I have a problem! Because all this rebellion happened because of the technology racks. So all the technology has to be destroyed, so this shit can't happen anymore. It's technological tools and marvels that have brought about doom. Never mind that our father in Maxos used the Architect's technological marvels and tools to unite the Empire in the first place. My research is breaking the one line. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Yes, multiple folks have been like, is this the M5 leave it to a fucking wizard and a mad scientist to, in their own ways, be exploiting the knowledge and power of some demon, some airship demon of gargantuan proportions. And we're just supposed to be like, well, that's the RPG section spent this turn. Guess we gotta keep it moving to the board game. And I'm like, fucking excuse me. Anyway, I already spoke to everyone else. I guess I'm going back to the board. I'll leave a save here again. What the actual fuck? All right. Cool. Yeah. So, I made some moves already. Yeah, this seems like a thing I definitely did. Made some moves already. Good for me. Good for me. Good for me. I like making moves already. We did lose out on the 2 transports. We'll just have to make do with our God-given tools. I think just out of, yeah, we're just gonna go ahead. Yeah. Thank you. Think you earned that card. I don't even know it's gonna have any mechanical impact in the coming turns, but you earned that card. All right. Squints. How many armor? Problem. I don't think I progressed beyond this line. Really. Yeah, I see no reason to progress beyond this line. Really, yep, nope. As a matter of fact, I think I'm gonna play a, yeah. If you wanted to play a card there, don't do that. Now, if I were 8 armor, what would I be weak against? Troops and air units, that's right. We got M fighters, baby. They're normally 10, but we have a 10% discount, so they're 9. Let's go. M fighters, launch fighters. Fighters, launch them. They're weak against ironclads. Just fly them over the ironclads, easy. Yes. The Air Force. Yes. I guess if you do a naval invasion of this, then you do a naval invasion. You seem to be having some difficulty still. You've taken out 2 of my transports, but, you know, naval invasions and all. Let's, pick up some more. Well, we'll pick up some more M fighters. We'll pick up 4 here, I'd say. Hopefully that buys me any amount of time that I need. Let's move 2 of you over here. And we'll move this one here for now. Are you going to actually fly over water? We've seen it happen before with warlocks flying over water. In the first session, so yes. My transports are broken, except for this one. I wanted to move units off of this landmass, so I will. They say it's both armor pieces. Hey, we can actually make it there. Cool. We'll try and take this damn island. Maybe we gotta intercept. It's a strange, confounding mystery. There are no answers. As there are no naval units here, I think what I'm gonna do is send all this stuff to be ostensibly, in theory, maybe potentially united together. I don't know. Sounds like it could work. Seems like it could work. We'll just use them as one force. And if I get navally invaded with my lack of units here, then I get navally invaded. That's just the way it is. Then we learned. It's an important lesson. I think I want to buy a... I think like 2 troopers. One at a time. Maybe grab a grenadier. Let's grab a grenadier. I think that's going to be the end of the turn. I have not broadcasted or recorded locally any other Larian Studios video games before. I have familiarity and prior playing experience with many of their works, Spider. To answer your question. Most recently, I've done 2 full playthroughs of Baldur's Gate 3, and recently got its final patch. Larian's got to go work on some other shit now. I'm interested to see what they come up with. All right, Sybil got a card to build a building. I think there's a tavern there. So did you as well. Okay, so we have some naval fights. Okay. So the transports got pushed out into this region, even though... Okay, so what happened there? I suppose like the last transport, I told them to go land troops, but they got intercepted, I guess. That's a thing that can happen. Now I know that for sure. So I'm going to lose them. And lose all the 2 armor on them as well, which will combine with the other troops I lost on there as well. It's good to have confirmed that the first transport time wasn't a fluke. I can see this directly. So I think I got both of those armor for free there. And then the transport too, that's all gone. And my ironclads are getting engaged here. With these 2 juggernauts and these 2 juggernauts as they're moving out. And I left these 2 juggernauts here. Because I thought I might be able to fuse them all together. So there's some quirkiness that happens on the wargame map that I am still learning. There's also a fight over here I'm not involved in. No, the movement phase is over. I can't move anything out. The time for movement has ended. All right. Looks like green's picking this up. So I possibly will win this fight. I guess I'm going to participate directly in this fight. Because I don't know how I'm saving that one, like, stall? I'm going to come here and try to save these 4 ironclads. I got cards I can play. I don't know what good these are going to be on an all-naval map. I don't know what the hell to expect. We're going to find out together. Give me some shaman Maybe I could throw out the mercenaries to try and save that transport and sink, like 3 ironclads. Interesting. We'll skip out on the cards then. I'll just say I'm ready. Sure. Yeah. Why not? Be ready. Okay. It'd be a good design choice if it showed you, like, what you already had, like, picked and just had it crossed off. That would be a good design choice. It's a pity we don't live in that world where it was a good design choice. Oh, well. Yeah, no worries. So, this is our naval map. He said, face twitching. I admittedly did not look at the map layout, but obviously we can't just have a naval map. We have to have this be wild and crazy. So that's something learned as well. Knowledge. It's a bitch. I guess unload here? Oh wait, it's just ironclads. I don't have any ground troops.
As long as you pay, we've got them.
I have to build those.
Construction underway, come on.
That makes sense.
What's brewing? Adding coal to the fire?
You have 4. You have that stuff. And we're all against each other.
Adding coal to the fire?
Okay, let's ramp the speed back up. Just wanted to get a sense of the map.
More steam power! But I was just getting me a beer, sir.
Now, we've seen, like, ships before in, like, combat situations, but now we really got ships. I should also...
Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander. I will stand until my last breath. Trooper awaiting your instructions, Commander. Is that a train? Well, not anymore. Ready to follow you, even into death.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that whole death thing.
I will stand until my last breath. We'll crush them one leg at a time. Ready to follow you, even into death.
I guess... build a shipyard here? Yeah. And maybe an arrow factory? That sounds neat.
Construction underway, Commander.
How the hell build it there? We'll probably want to get a transport out and try to do something with that. As for turrets, maybe. Anti-air? Give me a mortar turret? Can't build transports yet? No, I just don't have the recruits. No, we just can't build transports yet. Okay. We have it. No, that's not done. Oh, hello. Are we doing this? No, they're just transitioning over with warlocks. There we go. It's me not being able to read.
Aero factory completed. The grave be their destiny. The grave be their destiny.
Wait, there's... Oh, right, there's warlocks. Right. I was like, wait a minute. They were the crossover and like, right, they're warlocks of a fool.
Won't that use too much fuel? Off we go.
Oh, hello. Understandably, Blue wants this.
It's been a pleasure.
I would also like that.
Dwarfs on a ship. Who would have thought?
So we meet again.
It is being manufactured, Commander. Your unit will soon be ready. Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander. Adding coal to the fire.
Need a ride?
Let's get this dance of death started. We'll crush them one leg at a time.
Hey, 20 recruits to spawn the dragon? Alright.
Losing ground, sire.
Fuck you, cloaked warlocks. Woo. As we're now in a genuine free-for-all. Look at all the warlocks Green was making. All these cloaked fucking units. But you do not want this fight with me right now. I hate this position that I'm in. Bad. Bad. You're all fucking bad. You're super fucking bad. You're turbo bad. No one loves how bad you are, for the love of God. I've thrown every fucking thing in here. So you're between it all. But these ironclads do have a weakness to air units, as has been noted. Oh, population depleted. We're out already due to everyone fucking recruiting on this damn island. My recruits are defecting. I have to have more recruitment centers than the enemy, or I will lose this fight. Okay, don't really know what to do with that. I don't have a hunter over here. Well, I'm gonna have to take some fucking action, huh? And I have a limited amount of time to do it. Yeah, that's how the AIs have fallen apart before. Now, this is going to be the first battle I lose with the dragon, just due to how, like, much of a hellscape this is. We lost out on being able to grab this recruitment center. Okay. Woo. Am I willing to load the save? Yeah. Am I willing to load the save? This just... Good news, my ironclads are out there having fun. Bad news. I'm just gonna let it go. I will lose in 40 seconds. I mean, we've obviously lost fights before, but this is the first time where I have got involved. Also, these balloons! Pretty tough for me to deal with as the dragon. You'd think a dragon would be able to deal with balloons better. It can't. No, green's still there. I suppose, yeah, they still have their stuff. Their structures. We constantly keep resetting the timer. I'm enjoying that. That's just a lot of damage for me to have to try and output. Especially when I overheat like that. What is done, though, is that I can't leave the summon. I have to stay on my dragon form. I have no recruits. Okay. Gameplay. Give me a control setting during the combat phase, please. Alright. Dragon combat. Units. Yeah, we ran out of just stuff here quick. There was not enough population to support whatever the fuck we were doing. There you are. I don't know how with one ironclad I'm capping all this. Am I just gonna slowly shoot this recruitment center or what? Do I sell my turrets? Do I have faith that, if I get out of this form, it's all gonna go okay? I mean, my bar is full of red now. I destroyed everything as Durgan. Do I have confidence? That's a bunch of anti-air turrets. There was an active power that we played with a card earlier that really gave you, like, damage against bigger shit that included buildings. I enjoyed that. That was fun. Damn it, I overheated. Oh, good news. Damage over time blew that up. Well, we really got some real-time strategy here as a treat. We've discovered more joys of naval combat and placement and intercepting and how that works on the board, how you think that, like, you're going to be able to land on an island and, like, unleash troops, but no, that actually isn't how it's going to play out when the sequences are executed. So there've been plenty of losses there on in the Navy. Which has been plenty of troop losses as well for me. Like, a whole lot of troops been lost. Disgusting amount. So, you know, that's been great. Like, how many pieces of armor, how many hunters, troopers I've lost, not to mention the transports. That's all money I have to make back. You're in a situation where we were put in a 1v1v1. That population recruitment just vanished fast. It wasn't that high to begin with. And we were shown a timer. Which, by blowing up enough of Blue's units, I managed to avoid taking the instant loss. I've got to get their recruitment center. I got to get their recruitment center with the fucking anti-air turrets. It's like they knew. It's like they knew Dragon, right? They spoke Dragon. The Ironclad come up here. I'm just concerned what happens if I lose my last unit too. I've sustained equilibrium at this moment in time where I have a unit advantage. Wink. There we go. Good. I will take your recruits. I will run them out of recruits. Yeah. Yep. Good. Good. Lord only knows how I'm getting those recruits. They weren't spent already by my adversaries, but sure. That's it. We had 12. That's all they had. 12. All right. We have a war factory left, right? Yes. I built one of those? I built that. For my cool air fighters. There is an option for me to just select that as a dragon form. Let's control settings. Select all. Maybe I can just do it in combat phase. Select all aero factories. C. Will you? Be that if I print. Where did my cursor go? What the hell is happening? Okay. C. Yes. Arrow fighter?
We're out of recruits, Commander.
All right, can't build any of those. Fine. All right, bud. Let's go. You and me against the anti-air. But you're definitely not air. Lord only knows how you survived, the only one, like, parked as you were where you were. What a fucking, like, colossal just destruction. Like, between everyone. I nearly went out of bounds. Doesn't look like the Ironclad can do anything about that. Okay, Grimith, if you're gonna handle this situation, it cannot be, and then I drove into the fucking turret. Swear to God, Grimith. Press the right mouse button for the love of God. All right. Good news. We're living. Bad news. The Ironclad doesn't bombard the ground targets. Right, they have some curve to them. They can bounce back. I'm not leaving this dragon form. I refuse to. There goes one. What? Those missiles do go some distance. There did not go one. My boost. All right. Several more to go. Can I just hit this target from here? Squinted health bar. Browns. Is this legal? We appear to be doing legal things here. No crimes. Crimeless. We good? What do you want from me? You gonna make me leave this form and run up on someone? They don't have any units. I technically have more units. I win. Those are the rules. Alright. Fine. Is that how that works? I don't think that's how that works.
Adding coal to the fire.
Alright, I might have to get out of this form. Alright, that missile disintegrated around here. Oh, we're finding more recruits to pick up. Hell yeah. Let's go. This also is helping to reinforce the ranges and boundaries of everything. Perhaps. Perhaps I can. But I don't have a... Ah, we got it. That was good enough. What I did there at the end. Hooray! We won by the slimmest of margins. Purely through being a dragon. Yeah! Fuck Europe juggernauts. That's definitely where they were. They weren't ironclads. They were genuine juggernauts. That's right. I think those actually pack more of a punch against air units. Whatever, we did it. Woo! We got to keep an ironclad out of it. Woo! We blew up two juggernauts, and an ironclad. Yeah! I got an achievement getting the hang of it. 10 real-time strategy battles. Yeah! I think I'm just not going to click retreat here. Just go ahead and click ready. No! Alternatively, you know, I could have played the cards, but I was just... let it go. Cold Camilla strikes again. Self-protection is murder, Queen decrees. Emperor's head explodes at Dida's chair. Emperor reacts, I'm fine, really. These rockets should have been standard issue, complains fighter pilot. Armor is on a selected country will be able to move this turn. Round. Guys, I don't know if I'm really in the mood for more chit-chat, but okay.
How much more base and depraved can a soul get when it seeks the death of a child to further its interests? Henry and I may not always see eye to eye, but if I can save his daughter, I will do what I can. And Scarlet feels the same.
Commander, we have anxiously awaited your return, for our spies brought dire news. Some obscure nobleman by the name of Drury has ordered top assassins to kidnap
Anne, her name is
Henry's
Anne.
daughter Anne. Her death would crush him.
Henry.
And that's exactly how that prick tries to get the attention of our enemies. By robbing you of one of your generals, he seeks the same post in their armies.
It's been a long time since I made use of any of you generals. I'm very exhausted after being a dragon. I have learned some painful lessons involving like the actual maneuvering and positioning and naval interception of transports, which I'm glad exists and perhaps was reinforced better in the manual that I skimmed through again to remind myself the game, but, you know, bad things happened. Lots of good units died.
You know there'd be no stopping Henry. He sped off home the instant he heard the news. So now Catherine and I would like your permission to go after him. If he has to face those backstabbing bastards, we want to face them with him.
I'll talk to you later. I have so many other things I'm thinking about right now. How's it going, man? How you doing? Let's talk about being a dragon. I think I'm going to grab this Breaching Fire here. That's something I want against medium and heavy units, as well as 100% more damage to dragons. Yeah, that might come up at some point, you think? Maybe come up? Let's grab some Breaching Fire. Keep the rest of the research points.
Henry has a spot of daughter trouble, has he? These teenage girls, they're all the same. Scarlet and Catherine actually want to abandon ship and rush to her rescue. Can you imagine? At least I have the sense of duty to remain here in the epicenter of your power, where generals are truly needed. Well, there's that, and the fact that I just can't be bothered.
You know what? Given how little I've made use of the generals... Alright,
Commander,
kids.
You know there'd be no stopping. Yes, Commander. We'll hack them to pieces and be back in time for happy hour.
This could totally be a fucking trick or trap of some kind to lure multiple generals out, but go for it, kids. Go for it, kids. Alright. So, we've lost many strong transports with many strong units, and that's been really expensive. On the bright side, we have some clay here that we are attempting to extract value out of, and that's good for us. There's 8 armor lurking over here, and I really don't want to push yellow here. This could be a situation where I end up pushing green, perhaps, as green is committed doing things. Maybe take this, as there's more support for me here than there is there. Obviously, the capital will be pretty spiffy, but, you know. Yeah, I think my attitude here is to stand my ground. Over here. And fortify that up. We ultimately failed to grab this again. Unfortunate that. Spot of bother that. I think we're going to send my 3 ironclads against their 3 ironclads. If that's my only fight, maybe the dragon gets involved. I don't know that for sure. It'll be my only fight. We've got all this stuff, so we got a war factor here. We have 1 remaining transport. 1. Do I want to take units from here? I think so. I think I am going to take you 2, transfer you over, and have you flee in abject horror, I think. Fortify this up. Gosh. Not able to get away with getting any more naval units at a stiff discount. Hunters and armors won't be able to move. How about I play this armors card? Maybe they'll go to defend, like, this stuff to the south, or maybe they'd come barreling into me. I don't want to deal with that this turn. That's what I've experienced, Aoyaru, multiple times now. That's what I've experienced. Can I? Is that legal? Light? That good? We'll find out. Fuck this transport shit if this works. Fucking. We good? Is that legal? Can us? Huh? Huh? Let that be legal. I'd love if that were legal. That'd be great. Big fan if that's legal. Come on. You know you want that to be legal. Come on. Come on. Bomber balloons, troopers. Bunch of neutral stuff over there that, gonna build 3 more M fighters here. My question is, am I going to attempt an attack? I think if I were to attack, it'd be to attack here. It doesn't expose me, it doesn't open me up to take the capital, but I don't think I'm in a position to, you know, do shit to the capital. They have so many hunters and so much armor. I don't think I can legally, like, I don't think I can realistically do that. No. That's a terrible idea. As much as I don't want it to be. Gonna build 4 hunters here. And do I have a hunter here? I do have a pair of hunters. Cool. Let's build a... fighter. You never know when we might be able to do something. No? Should probably reinforce this section here. That's so many troops I'm looking at. As I potentially try to take on 3 of them at once. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Master strategist right here. It's fine. Right, I can't recruit anything else here. Lack of support and all that. Hey, give me 1 more plane. I want to fortify this. No, I just gotta hope that's enough. Since Blue has, the whole naval invasion has just not been happening from Blue. Which, okay. I was not expecting that coming into this chapter. I had not anticipated, like, Green has done fine, just fine, navally invading. Blue's like, I'm just carving. What am I doing? Nothing. Nothing. That's what I'm doing, nothing. Okay. I'll build the Infighter here. Okay, that's the end of my turn. Play that card. So many stuff there. And so much stuff at Blues Capital. Transport making its way through. Hello. Build a tavern there. All right. We do have 2 battles to look at. It's our first one. This. And yes, they are gone. Cool. I'm gonna deploy some cards. How about my Devastators have 50% more hit points? That didn't make much of a change there in the auto-resolve. That's some mercenaries. See, I want to be able to look over the ship combat. So, I would like to... Edmund, you could fuck this up. You shouldn't, but you could. There, I have armed you, buddy. Go get him, man. 98% chance. Let's go. Try not to lose the one Infighter. Make use of the mercenaries. I really feel like the Infighter did a lot of work there, but sure. That was a lot of cards deployed there. On my side, a little bit for green, but we had plenty to expend. Now this. I'm getting involved myself. And our restoration card does me nothing in this situation. We already have the Scales Dread Roar. Infighters will move faster. What's the map look like? That. Okay, I don't know if I'm gonna have enough time to get on the board here. Let's get Shaman Mercenaries. And they'll have the cripple ability. And I'm getting involved. Let's go. Alright. Neat. I guess I could use Ray of Power. Wasn't there another? That doesn't matter. We're here now. We live here. This is our home. Alright. Let's go to slowest. I guess sense of where the fuck we are and what the hell we're doing. Oh yeah, this, yeah, uh-huh. Do I stall for the dragon? Do I try to stall for the dragon? Do I make use of my immunities? I think I attempt to stall for the dragon. Actually, I'm really concerned about that notion, given things. Let's put this down to slow. I think I can't slow. Don't think I can. Let's focus fire here.
Where's 13?
Let's
Don't be pussy. Focus on torpedoes. As long as you pay, we've got them.
Can I, like, shift click? Sure can. I'm not even going to try and pull that one back.
What's the medical emergency? A new medical mystery. All right. Everybody lies, even dying people.
I didn't even try to cripple.
Everybody lies, even dying people. What's the medical emergency?
Probably could have done even better there. And maybe there's, like, room for me to, like, wiggle these out of attack range. I don't trust how fast these ships move to want to do that. They're attacking that one now? Hmm. Maybe there's also, like, a luring I could have done with, like, in the sea mines. The Shaman Mercenaries, though, huge deal there compared with the research upgrades I picked up in Chapter 1. Tired of these damn ships from Carthan out here. They've sunk too many transports, they deleted too many of my units. Alright, cool. And, oh, alright. Alright, alright. Good. Obscure plot to kidnap General's daughter has military leaders desert the Raven. We are without command, lament senior officers. Emperor on a winning streak, yet loses keys to Raven. Insult injury, new dragon magic to counter enemy armor. We've got, ironclads moving 75% faster in combat, unit advantage? What? What do you people want?
Dear, oh dear. It seems my esteemed colleagues made a mess of things. But why blame them, really? Takes those blockheads of counselors, of course, not to know any confrontation with hardened assassins is bound to leave a trail of, oh, a variety of things. Blood, ash, and general destruction come to mind. Perhaps I should have gone with them after all. Sounds like they had a jolly old time.
I sent you to do something and gave you so many mercenaries to do it, man.
Your generals are out of control, Commander. Now, I appreciate they stood together to rescue Henry's daughter, but when the end result has a tally of 2 incinerated buildings, a ruined hall of industry, and a few dozen dead or wounded, it seems to me they were a tad too enthusiastic. They may be used to battlefields alone these days, but we do not tolerate such mayhem in our cities. Someone needs to pay.
No. So, a nice confirmation there. We cannot just zip, zop, zippity bop over the islands. We can prevent them from getting capped, but we can't zip down and cap them ourselves with flyers. Anyway, our 3 ironclads here remain strong and stalwart. All right, it was good to check that. It was good to check that. This unit is on the board of the map, and wrapping is enabled. We circumnavigate the globe. Sure. Sure, why not? See if I can poke out these ironclads now that I am rocking what I have. Now that so many juggernauts got sunk around here. See if I can get some work done. Taverns being built in my face to help them generate cards. Quite insulted, truth be told. Very disrespectful to me. We have this one imp fighter here. I'm basically just having a watch over the war factory. Have 2 more trooper. I'm gonna have 1 more trooper watch over the factory because I have so not income there because dwarves hate me. And indeed, they hate me for sure. It's possible they might be able to. I don't have an answer to that question. I haven't tried to do it before on the map. Maybe they could. Ironclads are weak to air. Tilt's head. Given the 4 movements. We'll see what can be accomplished. Maybe this ironclad will be able to escape before I arrive there, because they have like a movement phase too. I don't know. We'll see what happens. This, yeah, I think I'm just going to keep over here. For now. No, that doesn't, like, progress me with doing anything here. If I lost that, that would be annoying. This transport, if I lost that, that would be annoying. It's dwarf territory. I really don't want to take that, but they do have a tavern there now. I give some stuff for them. This would be better for me. So much stuff. I'm building a lot of things over here to try and hold this against whatever. There's one perk I have, it's that Blue has built ass loads of units, but has just been hanging out on these islands and has not been scooping up things. Anyway, let me go do this shit.
We accomplished our mission, Commander, but I shudder to think at what cost. No wonder the councillors are in an uproar.
Because we can't have wargame fun, and we can't have any more real-time strategy fun. We are near the end of our session, so...
We did it, Commander. Anne has been rescued. Hardest fight I ever fought, but it was worth it. I'm sorry to say, though, those damned assassins spared not the citizens that stood in their way. Many died, but not by our blades.
We gotta go back to politics.
Good to see you, Commander. I've been meaning to thank you for the role you've played in the rescue of my dear Anne. 'Twould have been another story entirely had Catherine and Scarlet not come to my aid.
Absolutely, Ariar. You can see Thalion as well.
Women.
Wonders of women, indeed, Henry. Wonders of women.
You should have seen us. And we reached before those bloody assassins did. But they beset us in far greater numbers than we could have foreseen. They used imp-throwing bombs, lizard arrows tipped with poison, dwarf axes that can cut through steel, but we held them off time and again. We three duelists, shoulder to shoulder.
Not any embellishment at all.
Of course, there was a touch of collateral damage, I suppose.
Oh my god.
One of those imp devices rolled right into an undead kindergarten.
Oh my god.
But really, those skeletal scamps are already dead to begin with, right? I thought it was rather funny. A shower of bones it was. Came clattering down like dry hail.
What the fuck is this game? I'm having, like, dissonance whiplash between all these various elements. Like, here I am, like, okay, I'm learning lessons about the board game and the war game and how it looks, and I'm obviously making mistakes, and I'm working through that. And the real-time strategy, I'm still, like, it's a work in progress here, and I'm trying to, like, process those lessons, and, you know. And then, like, as I'm trying to digest that stuff, oh boy! Like, okay, we have some serious political simulator, and then... hold on, we need some comic relief, we need some humor. We can't just have it all be like Corvus corruption. Let's say an imp explosive device rolled right into an undead kindergarten. Anyway, let's keep it moving.
Is that a reason to be a killjoy and scream bloody murder? 'Cause that's what those gods-be-damned councillors of yours are doing. They demand restitution and the likes. I've half a mind to demonstrate what functionalities come with this arm of mine, and where they can put them.
Alright, chat room, I'm gonna leave this to a poll for you. This is before I have to go to the counselors. Felix? Someone's gotta take the fall. Take the fall, someone. No price too great to pay. There's a character limit. I have to make things work. Do not allow additional votes. 1 minute. Feelings? You're like, hey, man, you gotta fucking clear this shit for me. Someone's gotta take the fall. Don't care who. Get it done, Henry. Or that means you have to face the music because innocents were hurt. Is that such a great price to pay? Undead is an entirely, separate thing in Divinity. They're not just like raised people. And that's it. It's a whole separate experience with how undead are depicted throughout. I do not even have the bandwidth or the time right now as we're about to hit my... Yeah, I'm just now hitting my 5-hour limit on my system clock, but I explain it to you. Looks like no price too great to pay, Henry.
I suppose not. So what happens next? I have to pay a fine or something? Do community service for the undead? Air out some crypts and polish their coffins? Bah! By every demon ass in hell, the things we do for our children, Commander.
Yeah, you got to face the music. Don't find someone else to face it. You got to face it.
Seven be merciful when your generals descend unto our cities, Commander. When they paint the town red, they transcend the mere figure of speech. We undead have children to mourn because of their escapades, and we demand hefty reimbursement.
Well, it'll have to come out of their wages.
Commander, we the lizards think that even though you
Come on,
fight
Carmine,
to
keep the fuck
obtain
up.
peace, strife is inevitable as long as monarchs occupy the throne. Sooner or later, they become dictatorial and go to war on a whim. Our end goal is to make Rivlon a republic. But first, we want to see if the majority of all the civilized races truly wants this. Which is why I'm asking for your permission to hold a referendum. Do you want a government that is despotic or democratic in nature? That is the question we shall ask.
I'm about to throw you off of my fucking airship. Like, if we were at a table in a group role-playing situation, I would pitch the argument to throw the lizard emissary off the fucking table. Let's begin with why I have a problem with you asking me this question. Everything is falling apart and ruin and chaos around me. There are so many thousands dead to this war, and many more thousands are going to die before there's any solution. I may very well not win this war if more of my transports with very powerful vehicles on them keep getting blown up by ironclads. My airship's a fucking demon. I guess you don't know that, probably. That's fair, that's fair, that's fair. And you want my permission to what? Hold a referendum on what type of government the people want? I'm sure they care more about, are we gonna fucking live? Am I gonna wake up alive tomorrow? Or am I gonna be loaded on a transport that gets sunk? Maybe my day-to-day concerns of, is food affordable? Will food be shipped to me? Is my kindergarten gonna be blown up by some imp incendiary device due to like some generals and assassins fighting each other out in the street? All these other day-to-day problems that we would sort of have, because I was told that the day-to-day lives and struggles do matter while war is ongoing, and I will concede that. But what flavor of government would you like? You want me to do what? With what money? What money would you propose I use to hold this referendum? With what money do you propose you will use to hold this referendum? With what government budget? How will we tally up the votes? I'm sure we have plenty of magic. We can probably find some way to do that. I hope we can get the message across to all of the places we control, given the, I don't know, ongoing war between these various half-siblings after the dissolution of the Empire caused by the death of my fucking disintegrating father. This is the first question. I actually haven't fuck-snapped at this. I haven't fuck-snapped in a while. Yeah, I feel if I was sitting at the table, we were like group role-playing. we gotta throw her off the airship. It's just the way it is. Just gotta throw her off the airship. All right, let's go through the list. How we feeling, counselors?
Well, this talk about a republic is criminal, Commander. It would upset the gods' divine order. Deny the lizard. Deny her firmly.
How about you, Oberon?
Even though we elves do think people are basically equal to one another, we nevertheless have a deep reverence for the age-old noble bloodlines from which the greatest of our kin descend without fail. And look at nature. Bees have a queen, do they not? No republic there. No. I don't think this referendum should be held.
I have a headache now. I'm so I'm so frustrated by this fucking pitch. I said pitch there. Pitch. I'm really busy.
Commander, if you're going to go about asking the common folk for their opinion on matters of state, we'll end up with clowns in the courtroom, candy dispensers instead of taxmen, and the total collapse of a workable government.
Rax, will you learn how to spell my name correctly, please?
Carriages for everyone is actually not a very good idea. Referendum? Rubbish.
It's not the first time, Rex. I choose to believe that one day it'll be a solitary M. One day. Anyway,
Commander,
what? Council, pre-gilded carriage, referendum rubbish.
Imps are notoriously fickle, Commander. We change our minds each time the wind changes direction. No, best to have one leader to decide what's what. You're not doing too bad a job, so why hold a referendum about resignation? Eh?
Stop being a Mandela effect and go back to I've never had two M's. My name has literally never had two M's in the history of everything forever. And actually, doing this kind of name shit, particularly given my attitude toward the game, is a great way to get you all removed from chat. So, line them up. Please, if I'm going to turn back the clock on Fox now if I get a video game, we can turn back this timeout/ban clock too. So, everyone in this council is telling the lizard idea to go fuck itself. Everyone. Undead, elves, dwarves, lizards. All of them. All of them. This is deeply unpopular. Yeah. Yeah. I'm thinking this is like a lizard-specific thing. Given how high my relations are with them. And it really seems that everyone is not on board. So, and I'm, very firmly with that. No, we will not allow a referendum on republicanism.
Your immediate refusal illustrates quite clearly that you are both afraid of what the majority's answer to our question might be, and that you are quite determined to be a totalitarian ruler once the throne is yours.
I will resist the urge to click.
In that case, the peace you may well win is doomed to be short-lived. You have written the future, Commander, and it consists of but one word: war.
No, unstable Deus. The Queen's chambers are not open. We can only converse with the Queen at government-appropriate times. The future is going to involve war? Well, I'm glad you know what the future is going to hold, because I literally fucking don't. Good. I'm glad at your oracular capacity. I'm glad you managed to crack the fucking code and augur the successful secrets of me timing out someone because they type war never changes in my chat room, because that's a stupid fucking statement as well. So fucking glad for you. You did it. Woo! Future's gonna involve war, totalitarian regime. You know what? Once the succession war is done, presuming I win, I don't know what's gonna happen. I might get daggered by the fucking mage. The demon who is our airship might devour me. Haven't figured it out. 7 help us all. What dumb fucking counselor prompt am I going to get next? Beats me. A referendum republicanism? We're kind of busy right now, though. Maybe we can have an election, a referendum to maybe have an election after, oh, I don't know, I win. Because if I lose, seems irrelevant. Feel like you should go ask someone else, one of my other half siblings.
Good of you, Commander. People are so easily persuaded, so easily confused. They might well have opted for the vile, godless option that is democracy. 7 forbid.
Very good, Commander. Let the bees have their queen, the wolves their leader of the pack. We elves, dwarves, lizards, imps, undead, and humans will settle for a dragon on the throne.
Glad we could name drop humans there. I'm glad they get to have some representation.
Right you are, Commander. Long live the Emperor. We all said it on our first day aboard the Raven, and I, for one, am not loath to repeat it still.
See how happy Silvervein is, even though the dwarves hate me? It's great.
Glad you're sticking with it, Commander. I know I wouldn't hold no rotten referenda if I were Emperor. Bloody Lizard would have lost her head for merely suggesting it.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not like, yay about this. I'm more like, this is not the fucking time. Okay. So, like, and your counter might be like, oh, when's it ever going to be convenient? And you know, perhaps there's some wiggle room for you to criticize power and what it might do. On the flip side, it really does seem irrelevant to have this conversation when I might not even be the winner of this war. So, yeah, cool. You hold your referendum. I'm on board. It's a damn shame that I lost and got executed. You'll have to go take it up with Carthan or whomever. Well, we got to see multiple situations in which a counselor was disagreed with by all other counselors. I have a headache. We did a little bit of board game wargaming, and there were some painful lessons, but we've learned. I've enjoyed that, though. I have enjoyed, like, the wargaming stuff, like playing around those pieces and learning. You know, I've taken all the losses and kept it moving forward. We haven't, like, loaded back because of that. The real-time strategy stuff, with me getting involved as a dragon, still learning with that as well. Plenty of meat on that bone. But we're definitely spending less time in board game wargame and less time in real-time strategy than we are in the political machinations aspect of this game. I could let it autoplay and pick my choices in the background and just do some board game wargaming thing until I'm dragged into mandatory things like marrying someone. But stuff is still going to happen in the background anyway, and it does influence, like, my regions, my provinces, my support in those, how much money I get, which influences how much shit I can recruit out of there. That does matter. It's all interlinked. And I think, you know, besides the flaw from the, like, the design decisions involved, like the transition between Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, we also have a flaw in all of these characters we're meeting being caricatures. And they all are just staying in their lane of who they are. Which I guess that helps you, like, pick out, like, in all of these characters we've met this entire cast, who each person is, because we've been rapid fire meeting them. But they really, it is a theater play. And all of these characters are pursuing their role to 120%. So all of them are chewing the scenery. They're being loud and boisterous, which you would need to do at a theater play to make sure everyone in the back can hear you. But they're all having that presence, and it results for me, the player, of just being tiring. I'm just, like I'm not spent from the battles. I'm spent from the airship time. I'm like, ugh. At least it's all voice acted, so I'm not reading any of it, I guess. Good. Decisions. Important decisions would be, what steps do we take to go about winning this war? Those would be like logistical decisions, organizational issues. Those would all be like important things. How are we going to fund things? How are we going to support things? How are we going to like supply lines? All that stuff would be deeply relevant and stuff that we really do need to handle. Some of this, though, is hand-waved by us, literally moving pieces around as pawns. It's not hand-waved, just we're the ones actually doing it. Instead, we're handling like questions of, what would our rule be like? And my feelings on some of those are like, well, I'm kind of busy. Maybe I'll have the luxury of figuring that out when I'm not fighting for my life. Maybe. When the airship's not a giant demon who wants my wife in exchange for incredible power. And there's a lot of flippancy, too, mixed in with our seriousness. Like, comic relief and humor can be a nice break from things, but you end up having embedded in, like, say, for example, Henry there earlier, like, oh, one of the imp explosive devices we ended up right under undead kindergarten, blew it up, like, oh. Anyway, I'm Henry, gotta keep it moving, fuck them. And that really is the attitude. Like, the characters broadly feel towards the others that they can go fuck themselves. Each of the counselors feels that way about the other counselors. Edmund certainly feels that way about the generals. Everyone feels that way about Edmund. We're working on Henry's attitude. Maxis, we can't inquire more about the whole demon thing, because that's really interesting. What the fuck is this corruption angle doing in front of me? What? Maxis, you have a lot of you have a lot of explaining to do. And he's like, well, I said you'd be entitled to answers. But anyway, you'll have to wait. Like, the whole empire was formed because of our dad and through the power of technology. Maybe this shit needs to fall into ruin and everyone, like, obviously our siblings will just fight it out until everyone's fucking dead. So ostensibly, we gotta save it so that not everyone dies. It's just the steps to get there. It's a trip. Anyway, that does it for this broadcast.